We are live at Collectco for tonight's live Facebook record sale, YouTube, Instagram, etc., etc. Welcome to the machine. Welcome, everybody. I just sent my sister out to the local coffee shop to get me a blue juice. I hadn't had a blue juice in a while. I was like, I got to have a blue juice tonight. I'm out of Monsters. Which is weird because between Mike and myself buying them, I'm always well stocked. But I know a couple nights I had like 2, 3, 4 of them, and I kind of plowed through my reserves. And I was in Publix today. I was like, should I get some blue juice? Should I get some Monsters? And then sure enough, I didn't. And then I was like, dang, I should have got some Monsters. And that's the way the cookie crumbles, as they say. All right, what have I done with my comment phone? There it is. All right, Saturday night at Collectco. We'll be here till about 2 a.m. probably. I think I've only got one box. As far as miscellaneous tonight, I'll have to really do some thinking because I really don't have... Yeah, well, there's always plenty. Might get into true miscellaneous tonight. Maybe a handful of CDs or two. Alrighty, so I guess these are the Japanese pressings. Okay, good. That way David Johnson doesn't have a conniption fit. Oh, David Johnson and his conniption fits over Japanese pressings. All right, good. Glad to know we actually got some that's ready to go. Welcome, everybody. Make sure you've hit the like button. Thanks for joining us. I got a few cassettes over here too. A few other things I've been marking. I started trying to clean up over in here, but I ran out of space and time. And what is this? Yeah, I started over here. That's where I found those autographs. There's just a lot of mess over here. This is my Sunday project over here, for sure. That's my Sunday project. After I do a sale or we do something. But we got Paul and Laura here. My sister just left to go to Elevate. That's our coffee shop we get blue juices at. I needed one bad, so she's doing that. I got some Conans to auction tonight. Some Conans, the Barbarians. We'll do those in just a second. And I don't have many coins, no. I've kind of plowed through them. Let's see, what else do I need to look up? I need to look up, there might be a couple metal. Yeah, there's a few over here. And what is a blue juice? Yeah, I don't say that as much as I used to. It's actually called a Blue Yeti. It's a Lotus-based energy drink. It's a Lotus-based energy drink. It's probably a lot better than most things, but the bad thing is they do put a lot of sugar. The syrup flavoring they use has a lot of sugar. I used to drink them a lot, and I think I gained quite a bit of weight drinking them. Like, I was having sometimes 2 of them a day, plus they're like $12. So after I tip well, and I had to kind of cut them out. Ending I got to take care of a couple things over here. Okay, I'm getting everything shared. Christmas vacation, Christmas vacation, Christmas vacation. All right, here we go. So welcome everybody. Can you get Def Leppard? No, that's a different company. Somebody asked me about those a while back. Somebody asked me about those Def Leppard guitars, but that's a different company. I found out I think that's a different company. They were running Facebook ads, and I think due to y'all's interest in guitars and music and probably buying Axe Haven products, y'all probably got suggested the ads. See, I had a lot of people. Dang it, I forgot to post about 45 mystery boxes. Shoot. I just saw these and I forgot to make a post about mystery boxes because I'm trying to get some of those sold off before the end of the year. We got time though. We have time. We have time. Yeah, we're probably next time I show coins will be in about 24 hours on the coin sale. I'm going to get some of this off the table so we can do mostly music and music related. Got some killer auctions. I got Japanese tonight, and I'm going to start with some bundle lots to help me try to get rid of some stuff. I've got a random lot of music-related DVDs. The Hotel Cafe Tour, Natasha Bedingfield, Toby Keith, Cara Dillon, Bob Dylan, Rolling Stones, Hall & Oates, Bee Gees, and Better Than Ezra. All these music-related DVDs, a $10 start. $10 start, okay? $10 start, all these music-related DVDs. That's our first auction of the night. All those music-related DVDs. Have fun bidding. DVDs, $10. Let me put up the rest of this stuff here, especially the gold. We got Superman gold. We love Superman and we love gold. Crew's doing fine. Laura and Paul are quiet as normal. They're by nature pretty quiet people, and they're quiet in the back. Okay, Paul just screamed out. It sounded like he was getting stabbed. Laura may be stabbing Paul right now. Toby Keith, 10 by itself. Sold! $10 for Toby Keith, sold to Nick Bargeron. Okay, now the rest of them a $10 start. Okay, I hope Paul's okay. Maybe he's not getting murdered. We need you, Paul, to buy records and price records. And we don't need Laura to go to prison because we need her to price records as well. So, and then my first auction for cassettes is Metallica and Justice for All. $10 start on Metallica and Justice for All. Okay, and then our next auction is Tenacious D. Don't Blow It Cage. Third Man Records Press. Tenacious D. Looks like there's an etching. $7 start. Tenacious D. DVD lot, $10 start. Metallica, $10 start. Tenacious D, $7 start. Anybody have any interest in reel-to-reels? If so, I'll put them up for auction later. Except wherever that Led Zeppelin 2 is, Paul. I think there's a box somewhere around here that still has that Led Zeppelin 2 I was going to possibly, maybe keep, and I don't know what happened to it, so. You snooze, you lose around here. That even goes for me, and I own the stuff. That sounded boastful. I'll retract that. Let's just say this is all, y'all are a part of Collecco. Y'all own this stuff just as much as I do. You just have to pay for it. All right. Okay. I think one of the first acts I'm going to do is, go back here and grab a crate of vinyl to go through. If you were surprised that we're about to go through records, then you're probably watching the wrong feed. You're probably watching the wrong thing. Christmas vacation. Christmas vacation. Taylor Swift Christmas coloring book. What the heck? I just walked by the cabinet up front. We have a Taylor Swift Christmas coloring book. That sounds like an auction item. Let me make sure Guy Shard is watching. All right. Here we go. Let's see what sold out of the video this morning. And let's start selling records. I'm excited for my blue juice. I hadn't had one in a while. Okay, has anybody bid on the lot? Has anybody bid on the DVD lot? If so, I'm going to sell another individual one, okay? First, let me figure out where I laid Toby Keith. I should have been a cowboy. I should have been something, something. That was so Nick Barger for 10. So Metallica 10, Tenacious 7, Tenacious 9, Metallica 10, Metallica 10, Tenacious 7, Tenacious 12, Metallica 11, Metallica 12, and then Metallica 14, and then Amenities wants Pink Floyd. I'm about to sell it to you as soon as I can pull up this video. Okay, so I was, Scott, I was going to sell all these DVDs together for a $10 start. That's Rolling Stones, Better Than Ezra, Bee Gees, Hall & Oates, Bob Dylan, Cara Dillon, Natasha Benefit, and the Hotel Cafe Tour. So DVD lot, $10 start. DVD lot, all of them, $10 start. Metallica's at 14 with Amenities. And then Tenacious D is at 12 with Scott Dwallow. Okay, there we go. And then we sold this one individually already to Nick Bargeron for $10. Okay? And then we got Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. This is $79.99. And Amenities, before I tag you one, I think this is what you want. Let me make sure there was actually one left. This was Saturday's videos. There's 11 comments. Ice Cube, Goonies, Death, Alice Cooper, Stabbing Wedgwood, Darkness, Pink, Silverchair, Alice Cooper Waitlist, and Division Bell. Okay? This is $79.99. $79.99. And Pink Floyd. So I think we have 2 available. We do. And Doug Jeppesen says he'll take one, and I think Amenities wants one. If so, then they're both gone. Already, poof, just like that. The 45 is Tenacious D. It's called Don't Blow It Cage, Time for Breakfast. Something like that. Written by Jack Black and Kyle Gass. And that is at $12 right now. And then DVD has a bid for $20, and both Pink Floyd boxes are sold. Yeah, that's what Christmas means to me now, huh? Lots of mistletoe. Never too late to buy Christmas records. Stevie Wonder, Someday at Christmas, $29.99. Band on the Run. A Half-Speed Master, Paul McCartney, very cool, $39.99. I have 2 of those available. One of my favorites, $39.99. And we have Pink Floyd, The Endless River. There's a lot of Pink Floyd in here. A lot of Pink Floyd. $39.99 for Endless River. It's a 2 LP. The jewel case is fine. It looks like it's in a new jewel case. The artwork is okay. The tape has the pad. It does have a little bit of scuffing, but all the paint and lettering is there. It's been played, but it hadn't been worn out, so it's not too bad. The Tenacious D's at $15. The DVD lot's at $20. And we also have Ministry, Filth Pig. Ministry is a music on vinyl press. That is $39.99. And we got 2 copies of the Goonies soundtrack, and we're going to have one left because Matt Shepard wants one. One is sold to Matt Shepard. That is $29.99 for Matt Shepard. And then we have 2 left of Pink Floyd. That's their debut in mono. So this is a mono remaster of Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, $33.99. As soon as Brent says he's possibly done on the DVDs, we'll sell them to Scott Dwallow. Metallica Cassette has a new bid for $15, which means somebody got outbid. And then Tenacious D, the last bid on that was Nick Bargeron at $15. Lewis Kulik also wants a Goonies soundtrack. Brent said, sure thing. So this is the 3 Ed Sullivan shows, the Rolling Stones, Better Than Ezra live at House of Blues, Bee Gees One Night Only, Hall & Oates live in concert, No Direction Home, Bob Dylan, Martin Scorsese, Cara Dillon, Redcastle Sessions, Natasha Bedingfield live in New York City, and Sing, the Hotel Cafe Tour 2008, directed by Laura Crosta. That is the DVD lot. High bid right now is $20. Metallica cassettes at $20. I found a new little stash of cassettes and cleaning out some tubs over here and trying to start prepping for my Sunday project of getting this side of the store organized. It's been a project. It's a multi-day project, but I'm working on it. And Silverchair Freak Show, this is sold to James Rainey. That was my last copy, and this is numbered to 4,000 on red and black vinyl. So that is sold to him, and I have 0 left, but if you want a wait list, let me know. That was my last copy of Ministry. It just sold to Matt Shepard. If anybody else wants one, let me know. And we have Pink Floyd, the final cut, $33.99. Remastered, $33.99. Pink Floyd, the final cut. G's didn't even get an ornament. Very disappointed. I didn't either. Joined the club. I didn't even get an ornament. They all got distributed before I could even get one. I didn't even get an ornament. Dave Seretna, join the club. We have Led Zeppelin Physical Graffiti, $44.99. Mom was like, did we get an ornament? I was like, no, they're all gone. And they poof. Nobody, I mean, we have hundreds and thousands of people still wanting one. The demand's through the roof. There was a guy that knocked on the door in the middle of the night last night. He's like, I'm looking for an ornament. And I was like, I don't have one. They're all gone. REO Speedwagon, Building the Bridge, $36.99. And then the Rolling Stones, Gimme Shelter. This is a 2 LP, red vinyl, $44.99. $44.99. Pink Floyd, The Wall, $49.99. This is a 2 LP remaster. The Metallica cassette is at $25. Tenacious D is sold to Nick Bargeron for $15. Did you order the floor tape? No, I'm going to try to go by Lowe's tomorrow. Tanner's already violated my space over here. He put up a table to tag all of Christmas Eve's toys, and I'm about to push and scoot this table all the way in the back, and he'll have to deal with it later. So, Tanner, I'm going to apologize right now. Your table has violated Chad zone space for more than 24 hours. You are in violation. I'm going to start throwing flags when people walk in. A flag. You've been flagged. Over here, well, I skipped a Pink Floyd. Did I? We had Pink Floyd Final Cut, Pink Floyd Piper, Black Sabbath Never Say Die, Physical Graffiti, REO Speedwagon, Gimme Shelter, and then Pink Floyd The Wall. Last thing was the DVD lots at $33, and that's with Scott Dwallow. Brent Robley's out. The Metallica cassette is sold to Brandon Jones for $25. Let's put that right there. And then we have Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, $36.99. Tony Murphy on REO Speedwagon. That's kind of hard to get on vinyl. Britney Spears Circus is $29.99. Britney Spears Circus, I have one of those left. We did sell a Stabbing Westward to Daryl Johnson. That is music on vinyl, $39.99. And we have one left. So here's what happened on the ornaments. I had Jake make a certain amount, and I think I had enough for everybody who ordered the week of Black Friday. And so if you had a package going out that week, we started kind of randomly distributed. We thought we had enough, and then when we ran out, I think he made like 50 more, and then we still didn't have enough. And then I've been seeing some longtime customers still fall short, and it's made me really sad because I thought we had enough. But I guess if he makes another batch, we'll try to send some out before the end of the year, or if we had about 50 people buy one. And of course, we gave away probably 500, but of course, that's still not enough. So, yeah, I guess keep trying. It's all random. Thank you. You went to Cookout too?
Yeah.
Awesome. I got a blue juice.
Yes.
I was getting worried about you. I was starting to have a conniption fit. Oh, man, I hadn't had one of these in a long time. Oh, my gosh. But, yeah, I don't know. I started making noticing some names. I was like, dang. Ah, shoot. But, yeah, don't blame me. We'll blame, who can we blame for the ornament shortfall? Seth? Yeah, Seth. That little rascal. He probably opened up his little lunch box and stuffed a bunch down in his lunch box. Seth's in here like the Grinch. He opened up his big orange lunch box and started shoving a bunch of ornaments down in it. He's probably got them all over his tree. Blue juice. Folks, this show could go into a new level. Joshua Huffman on the Beatles. Was there a Beatles in here? And then we had Pink Funhouse. Pink is sold to A.J. Clark. And then Jackal. Jackal's a music on vinyl press, $39.99. Okay, so right now the DVD lot, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, is just at $45. That's no too bad. Here's our first Japanese pressing, Top Gun. Music from the motion picture. Shrink wrap. I love this print. Look at this. Shrink wrap, hop sticker, beautiful obi, near mint minus with insert, a $35 start. A $35 start on that. So the last claim in here was REO Speedwagon. Joshua, I have you down for Beatles, but I'm not for sure which one that is. And I think I got everybody else in here. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero wants a Jackal. And then here's what's left in here. We have Jackal at $39.99, Stabbing Westward at $39, Britney Spears Circus $29, and there's several Pink Floyd. Their first one is Dark Side of the Moon at $36, The Wall for $49, Gimme Shelter for $44, The Rolling Stones, Physical Graffiti for $44, Black Sabbath $33, The Final Cut, $33, more Pink Floyd, Piper Dead Gates of Dawn, Mono, $33, Endless River, $39, Band on the Run, $39, and Stevie Wonder, Someday at Christmas. Okay, final call on the DVD lot to Brent for $48. Top Gun is a Top Gun is a $35 start. Here's our next cassette auction. Pink Floyd Pulse in this little slipcase. Awesome deal here. Double cassette. Pink Floyd Pulse. Nice. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. And then Amenities wants Pink Floyd Final Cut. Okay? I think you had a feeling you were going to claim at least one more in there. Brent gets the DVD lot. These are sold to Brent for $48. Those are sold. And then Top Gun, Japanese Press, $35 start. Pink Floyd Pulse, $10 start. And let's grab another Japanese pressing. The Dave Brubeck Quartet. Let's start off with some jazz, also in the Japanese. The Dave Brubeck Quartet 25th anniversary reunion. So the blue juice is lotus-based energy, and then it has like blue raspberry syrup, and it has whipping cream in it, and ice, and magic powers. Dave Brubeck Quartet, a $35 start. Okay, I think everything else I need is in the other crate, which is up front, and I'm going to go grab that right now, okay? And if anybody else wants anything in here, these will be available all night long. And we got discount crates galore. Last night we sold 10 crates, nine crates last night, plus a lot of miscellaneous. We did a lot of half off, and this time of the year, I was trying to think historically what we do. John typically takes a vacation at the end of the year. And with that being said, we started last night doing our $6.99 blitz. So all the records up front in the store, I'll start bringing them back here and doing them for $6.99. And then we'll do best offer and half off. And we'll be doing that sooner than later tonight. So if you like great auctions and you like cheap discount vintage records, that's probably what's going to be going on tonight. Let's go grab this other crate. I could probably, I did say at the end of next year I was going to tag, or first of next week we were going to tag all these best of 80s collection videos and then see what's left, and maybe finally for the first time take offers on John's 80s collection. No, the cassette pulse didn't have a lot. No. All right, so first buy it now is right here. Top Gun can be picked up for a $35 buy it now. Jerry took Jackal. I got him down for one, yeah. I've already pulled that. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero got a Jackal. He has been tagged, okay? So Top Gun's a $35 buy it now. That's tagged and bagged. Let's see here. I don't see the Pulse cassette too often. Let's start putting our no bids for tonight right there. And then Pulse just got a bid for 28. And then Dave Brubeck's a final call for a $35 start. Pulse is at 28 right now. Is this the right crate? I guess it is. I don't remember reading some of these. Bad Company, Rock and Roll Fantasy, the very best of Bad Company. 2 LP silver vinyl, $38.99. Bad Company, $38.99. Pink Floyd, A Saucer Full of Secrets. Let There Be More Light. That's an instrumental track that starts the album. I like that one. $33.99. Set the controls for The Heart of the Sun. Devo is on white vinyl. Girl You Want, Freedom of Choice, Whip It. By far their probably most commercially successful album, especially with Whip It. $33.99. And then let's grab another Japanese press. And we've already done one iconic soundtrack, Top Gun. It's still available. How about we do another? Rocky. Music by Bill Conti. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the Japanese insert, and there's the cover and obi. Rocky. Black Sabbath Paranoid. Now, last night we had a buyer. She was under the name VW Wanda. This needs to be tagged to VW Wanda at $39.99. I bet there's a note over here. Led Zeppelin, Black Sabbath, The Humanizer, Doors, Elvis, Alice, Megadeth, Saxon, Soft Cell, Pink Floyd. Boy, I got a lot of stuff to order. Black Crowes, Peter Criss. I'm going to be busy tonight and tomorrow ordering stuff because I got another stack. I got to make sure we get all those Megadeths in. Holy guacamole. So Black Sabbath, that was to our buyer last night, I think VW Wanda. And then there's 2 left. That's the Rhino Hi-Fi cut. 2 left, $39.99. Top Gun is sold to Aaron Andrus. That was a buy it now for $35. The last bid on Pulse that came in was $33 with Shakedown. That's a final call. Nobody bid on Brubeck. That's a $35 buy it now. $35 buy it now on old Brubeck here. How much, Chad? That's a $35 buy it now. Wow. Yeah. Jazz. Brubeck. Sold. Let's put that right over here. All right, and then Pulse is going to be a final call, and then Rocky just got introduced at $35. We got 2 copies of more Pink Floyd, and this is A Momentary Lapse of Reason. $33.99. Into the Distance. A Ribbon of Black. Adam Garvey Wants a Paranoid. And then over here we have... wait a minute. Hold up. During all the Pulse bidding, Dave Brubeck got a bid with amenities. So let's sell this to him for $36. Yep. Well, let's do it for $35. Sell this to amenities for $35. That's actually on me. Your bid got mixed in all the Pulse bids. Yeah. So Dave, that is sold to amenities. And that's sold to him for $35, okay? Aaron Andrews got Top Gun for $35. Rebecca, you were second. Todd Saw does get Bad Company. Tim Rory got Devo. Boy, I need to scroll up higher. All these claims. Tim Rory got Devo. Pulse 37. Adam Garvey got Paranoid. And then Brubeck 36, Pulse 40. And then we got 2 copies of The Darkness, Permission to Land. I believe in a thing called Love, $29.99. The Darkness is sold to Nick Gibson. Pulse is at 40. David, you've already missed a couple Japanese pressings. I hope you don't have a conniption fit. We've just started with 3 soundtracks. We did Top Gun, which just sold. Rocky doesn't have a bid yet. And then here's another big soundtrack. Grease is the word, something, something else. That's a 1 LP, a 2 LP. There's the book, there's the cover and Obi, and Grease is a $35 start. We got 2 copies of Stevie Wonder, The Definite Collection. That's a good one, $39.99. And then Pink Floyd, The Division Bell, did sell, and this one is sold to Tim Floyd. I got one more copy right back there. This is $49.99, Pink Floyd, The Division Bell. So final call on Pulse to Bob Panozniak now for $40. I'm going to make sure nobody else wants to bid. Shakedown already set out. Black Sabbath, Master of Reality. I listened to Sweet Leaf twice on the way here. Sweet Leaf, there it is, $33.99. Grease has a bid. First thing I'm going to do is make Rocky a buy it now. This is a no bid, the original motion picture score. $35 buy it now on a Rocky. $35 buy it now on Rocky. There it is, and let's put that in a brand spanking new sleeve. Let's put that right over here. Has the Obi, very nice. Bob Panozniak gets Pulse for $40. Grease already has a bid for $36. And I've got more Pink Floyd, this time Pompeii. Pompeii is $44.99. The legendary performance for the first time ever on vinyl officially. $44.99. Chicago's greatest hits. 50th anniversary, 21 tracks on 2 LP. $39.99. Yes, I do have some blue juice tonight. Very good. Sorry you just had to hear that. I forgot to mute my mic as usual. Fastway Trick or Treat, $39.99. Limited edition 1500 silver vinyl. And Warrant, She's My Cherry Pie. That's $39.99. Got quite the cool cassettes over here. Here is the Beavis and Butthead Experience, and here's Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. So both of these cassettes are going to go up for $7 starts. There's some iconic 80s stuff for sure. The Beavis and Butthead Experience and Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. This might even be getting up into, I guess, early 90s, I guess you should say. Yeah, Bill and Ted was 91, yeah. Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey and the Beavis and Butthead Experience. Those are $7 starts. Now up for auction, we have Ice Cube Man Up. That was my last copy of his new album. That is sold to Matt Shepard. Thank you, Matt Shepard. And then I have 2 copies of Beatles, Help, I Need Somebody. But I love these songs right here. The Night Before, You've Got to Hide Your Love Away, I Need You, Another Girl, You're Gonna Lose That Girl. That little run right there, plus it's bookend by Help and Ticket to Ride. That's an incredible side of music. The Beatles Help Stereo Remaster, $36.99. And then Reservoir Dogs, another great soundtrack, $39.99 on that. Grease just got 1 bid, and let's put up some more Japanese because this is sold to Amenities for $36. We got a whole crate of Japanese tonight. We're already going through them pretty fast. Welcome, everybody, to Collectco. Thank you for joining us. We're here. Chad's got the hiccups. I'm drinking the blue juice too fast, okay? So, yeah, we got Beavis and Butthead and Bill and Ted. So, we got Beavis and Butthead and Bill and Ted. Let's keep those separate. Sorry, I didn't make that clear. I did kind of introduce them as a bundle there. The Beatles box. Oh, okay. Yes, I'll get that rolling. It is almost already 7 o'clock. I'll get that rolling in just a second. The Essential Video Game Music Collection, $39.99. Britney Spears, Baby One More Time, $29.99. Pink Floyd, Adam Heartmother, $33. And Steve Earle, Live Austin City Limits, $29.99. This is the new Olivia Rodrigo, live from Glastonbury. That's a BBC recording, a light blue and cobalt blue, so 2 different shades of blue there, $49.99. Rocky is a Japanese pressing, yes, near mint with Obi. Near mint with Obi. I'm going to go ahead and put Metallica in the crate before it falls over. Metallica Ride the Lightning's $29.99. I think I missed a Fastway claim too. I did. Rebecca Barber wants a Fastway. Thank you, Rebecca Barber. I almost missed you on Fastway. And then over here, we have Bill and Ted at 7, Beavis and Butthead 7. So those are separate. And so, yeah, Kristen was technically first. So Kristen has this at 7 and this at 7. Stephen Bender, you're out on Butthead, and somebody else is out on Bill and Ted then. I guess she was the first one bidding. Okay, so Stephen Bender, you're out on Beavis and Butthead. And then Greg Gabbert on my last copy of Warrant Cherry Pie. Consider that sold. Of course, all the hair metal selling out of here. The Cure Greatest Hits, $44.99. And then probably my favorite in the Pearl Jam discography. I mean, the first album's hard to beat, but I'm sure we've all heard it a million times. I like Versus here. Clear vinyl, $33.99. This is a Japanese pressing. It just doesn't have an obi. And the Japanese pressings of Van Halen albums sound really, really great. So this is Van Halen debut. Really nice Japanese pressing, as you would expect. No obi, but it does have the insert. And that's a $35 start. So right now, Kristen Barnett has the high bid on both of those cassettes at 7 and 7. That's a final call to her. Everybody else is out. Aaron Andrews got Rocky at $35. Scott Dwallow, you just missed it. He just bought it. And then I have 2 copies of Death, Spiritual Healing. Death, Spiritual Healing. That's sold to Paul Conway, $29.99. Death, Spiritual Healing. And then Kiss, Peter Criss, $36.99. Peter Criss is $36.99. And then Alice Cooper Classics. This is sold to Marco Martinez. Thank you, Marco Martinez. This was a Friday Music colored vinyl pressing. And then we need to put Sarah Weiberdink on a waiting list, okay? Sarah Weiberdink on a waiting list for Alice Cooper Classics. If anybody else wants in on that, just let me know, okay? Nobody else bid on these cassettes. 5, 4, 3, 2, Zuzzer, Buzzer, and these are sold. 7 and 7 to Kristen Barnett and Kristen Barnett. Okay, and then Van Halen's a final call to get a bid in on that for $35. Let's put up another auction right quick. Here's something a little bit different. Here's a vintage pink vinyl platter pack. Oh boy, y'all remember the Chaos these insured the other day. It does have a little bit of wear and tear on the inside of it right here. The inside of it's actually red almost. So, but it will hold your 45 records. This is a cool pink vintage 70s era platter pack. $15 start. $15 start. $15 start. Silver Peter Criss, not in yet. No, those have been out of stock for a while. Vintage pink platter pack, $15 start. Okay, where are we on claims? I think I got everybody. Yep, I got everybody over here. Okay. One second, please. Platter 15, Van Halen 35, Van Halen 36. Okay, and Rebecca Barber also wants on a wait list for Alice Cooper Classics, okay? Platter 15, Van Halen 35, Van Halen 36. All right, let's go ahead and put up another auction right quick. This is one of our Japanese staples. This is the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl. This one's very nice though. We have this near mint minus and pristine. And we have an insert. We have the inner sleeve and a gatefold jacket with Obi. UK Flag Series number 30. That's a $35 start, okay? Now Van Halen has a bid for $35.36. 2 people on the Alice Cooper Classics waiting list. Anybody else? Anybody else? One second, please. All right. So, Van Halen, we did have a bid for 35, then 36, then 40, and then Scott Dwallow also on that Alice Cooper waiting list. So what was left in here was Pink Floyd. I'm down to one copy of Black Sabbath Paranoid. I'm going to put that right over there because that's going to be very sought after still. We got Pink Floyd, The Darkness, Stevie Wonder Collection, Black Sabbath, Pink Floyd, Chicago, one Fastway left, Trick or Treat 39, The Beatles Help, one Reservoir Dogs left, the Video Game Collection, Britney Spears, Pink Floyd, Steve Earle, Olivia Rodrigo, Metallica, The Cure, Pearl Jam, Peter Criss, and Death. Okay? Here we go. First thing I'm going to do is let's grab a crate of vintage to go through. Buy it now, best offer. Hope y'all ready. I'm ready. If y'all ready, I'm ready. Of course, there's no deliveries on Saturday, but we do have other new vinyl over here I want to browse through at some point tonight. Should be some excelente stuff to go through. First thing, though, we're going to go through this crate at best offer. So let's get it started. All right, first thing is Van Halen. Van Halen over here is sold to Rhino Rand. Who is Rhino Rand? If you're a first-time buyer, just let me know. Rhino Rand, $40 on for Rhino Rand, okay? Rhino Rand. Let me know if you're a first-time buyer. I don't recognize that handle, just FYI. Rhino Rand. Chad, I still have not gotten 18 albums that were shipped on the 17th. That is very common. That is very common. They're still in transit. This time of the year, album packages, especially media mail, that's very common. We had some people wait on some orders for 30 and 40 days. They got held up in shipping facilities. That's Razman. Okay, Razman got the Van Halen. The Beatles did not get a bid, so that's a buy it now for $35. That's a buy it now for $35, and the platter pack is sold, and this is sold. I figure this would bring $30 or $40. Do y'all know how much these cost new? These are very expensive new. Scott Dwallow gets that for $15. Okay, that's sold for $15, and this is a $35 buy it now. Chad Duggan, my mom texted me. You was at the store. I was actually like falling asleep. I got a text message, and it said, "I just gave Chad Duggan a peanut butter ball." And I was like, he talked her into it. $35 on the Beatles Hollywood Bowl. Okay? So let's do this. And let's grab this. And I'm going to take all the miscellaneous stuff we've already sold, and we're ready for all new auctions, including cassettes. I have not received the fudge. I know, everybody's wanting fudge and candies and pies, Jill. Oh, my. We had plenty at the house on Christmas Day. Golly. Mom walked in. She said, "No one's ate any of these haystacks." And I was like, "Mom, there's been 3 pies, 4 platters of fudge, 3 cakes. You cooked ham, turkey, barbecue, macaroni and cheese, mashed potatoes, green bean casserole, biscuits and gravy, bacon, eggs, tomatoes, grits, hash browns." And I was like, golly. And then she's like, "Y'all never eat any of this food." I said, "You've cooked enough food up here for 300 to 400 people." I mean, when I walk in, she starts like forcing me to eat stuff. I sat down in a chair and she said, "Here, sit down and eat this." I was like, golly. I'm getting force-fed food. I think this is a reseal, but it's sealed. Jefferson Airplane takes off. $7 start. And this needs a new jewel case for sure. The jewel case is kind of grimy. But man, look at that. Nirvana Nevermind. The cassette. This is a well-loved original Nirvana Nevermind cassette. Also a $7 start. I'm probably just going to auction a couple more, and then I've got some great buy it nows over here, okay? I've got some great buy it nows over here. Let's put up some other auctions. Most of the cassettes I have left are going to be buy it nows. I wanted to auction the sealed one, and of course, Nirvana's Nevermind. There may be a couple more over here. Let's do another Japanese soundtrack, and let's do another Japanese album. Here we go. We have Footloose. Cut Loose. This is a $35 start. It's in shrink, It's near mint minus and pristine. That's a $35 start. There's the book. There's the cover and obi. And here's Elton John. Don't shoot me. I'm only the piano player. Another Japanese pressing. Near mint minus and pristine. Super clean. There's the disc. There's that. There's the cover and obi. $35 start. All right. Let's see here. Yeah, Scott Dwallow just stole the platter pack at $15. It was a new level of a peanut butter ball. Oh, man. Oh, that's something else. Yeah, well, the peanut butter balls. Yeah, I'm telling you. I mean, pie. She made a couple chocolate pies. See, this is why their store is closed the week of Christmas and Thanksgiving. I mean, she cooks for 2 or 3 days straight. She wakes up at the crack of dawn. She'll be texting me at 1 in the morning. I'm still cooking pies. And then there's like maybe 8 or 10 people total that come up. It's enough for 3,000. All right, sorry I was on my blue juice hit. All right, here we go. Buy it now, best offer. Let's get started with Electric Light Orchestra Out of the Blue. The cover's pretty worn. We'll call it VG or less, and the vinyl's VG. It's a Gatefold 2 LP, great ELO music, $14.99. Nirvana's at $10 right now. The Seal Jefferson Airplane, Final Call. Footloose, a $35 start, and Elton John has a bid for $35. We have Janis Joplin Pearl, VG Plus, $24.99. A classic from Janis Joplin, $24.99, VG Plus condition. Yes, close to the edge. Once again, the cover does have some wear and tear. The vinyl's VG Plus, $14.99. That's yes, close to the edge. And Neil Young Harvest. The cover has some discoloration, a little bit of edge wear. VG Plus, $24.99. Old man, take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you. VG Plus. I listened to Sugar Mountain on the way here too. VG Plus and $24.99. And we have Todd Rundgren, VG Plus, $14.99. Todd Rundgren, VG Plus, $14.99. Elton John 37. And the Court of the Crimson King is a new sealed remaster, $34.99. Excuse me, John LaRocca. Are you a regular buyer as well? Once again, YouTube's throwing me for a loop. They are hiding y'all's actual names, and I'm just getting a handle, which I may or may not be able to identify. John LaRocca on ELO, thank you, that's so do you. Tim Jernigan on Neil Young Harvest, thank you, that's so do you. And then we got Wasmo Narez, Things Aren't Right, VG Plus, $9.99. And then over here, we have Chicago 3. I've had a lot of Chicago 3s. This has the poster with it, VG Plus, $19.99. So Jefferson Airplane, it's sealed. I think it may be a reseal, though. I don't know. It still has that label up there on top of it. It's in RCA shrink wrap. That's probably the original seal then. It's except, of course, that album came out in the late 60s. I doubt that's like an original cassette. But either way, $7 start, $7 buy it now on that. I think that is the original seal the more I look at it. And then Nirvana, the last bid that came in on this was $10, so to Robert Barnett, okay? Footloose didn't get a bid. Let's go ahead and make that a buy it now. Elton John, though, is getting bids, and right now, Wolverine has it for $42. Amenities, you're out. So let's make Footloose a buy it now, $35 buy it now on Footloose. Another movie I hadn't seen yet. Still have never watched Footloose. I did check off Doctor Strangelove, though, the other night. I finally watched that one.
I love that movie.
Yeah, that was. I can't believe it took me this long to get to it. Yeah, I didn't expect to have so much comedy in it. ZZ Top Eliminator, VG $14.99, like when the guy literally is riding the nuclear bomb like a. Yeah. Yeah. Whoops! Spoiler alert. Yeah. Okay. I guess you can do spoiler alerts on 60-year-old movies.
It's probably in my top 15 or 20 movies of all time.
Yeah, that I didn't realize Peter Sellers was playing 3 people either. We have Christopher Cross sailing, folks. Don't forget Newman. Newman booked Christopher Cross for his Newmanium celebration, if you remember that. Christopher Cross is a $35 start. This is a buy it now best offer. We have Wayne Davis getting ZZ Top for $10. Elton John's at $44. Now Elton John at $46. Sorry, I missed the price on Neil Young. Neil Young was VG Plus $24.99. VG Plus $24.99. Foghat Energized, that's VG Plus $9.99. And Todd Rundgren's Utopia. Todd Rundgren's Utopia EX $16.99. And the Guess Who Road Food, VG $14.99. I watched this movie yesterday called The Fugitive. The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. The Fugitive with Harrison Ford. I have seen that before. I have seen that one before. The Fugitive with Harrison Ford and Tommy Lee Jones. I bet Paul's seen it too. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a good one. Yeah, that was for some reason. It must be a dad movie because my dad watched it all the time too. That's a big dad movie. Harrison Ford, he's a big dad guy. We have over here Tommy, The Who. Tommy, Can You Hear Me? VG Plus $24.99. And we had Elton John at $47 with amenities. Wolverine, You're Out. Christopher Cross is a $35 start. And then over here we have the Dynamic Sounds of the Legends. This is in VG condition. Ow. I got an injury. My finger has rammed into enough records. It's finally caused literally a cut on my finger. Oh, it happens every now and then. I got a boo-boo, everybody. Oh, no. Let me just painfully rip this off. Ah. 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 Okay, I think I'm good for a while. When you open as many records as I do, you start having finger injuries. The Dynamic Sounds of the Legends, VG $9.99, and Pure Prairie League, Something in the Night. Pure Prairie League is VG Plus $9.99 for Pure Prairie League, and Mahavishnu Orchestra, John McLaughlin, EX $9.99. Okay. Now we have the last bid on Elton John was at 47. Next thing was ZZ Top already sold. There was a ZZ Top, but somebody already bought it. Christopher Cross has a bid for 35. The Real Mighty Jackalope, which is another handle I don't recognize, asked about the condition of Tommy. The disc is VG Plus, and the cover's around VG, $24.99. If you don't want it, Todd Doris does. Now, let me lay that right over there. Also, did we figure out who the John LaRocca was? Did they tell me if they were registered or not? I think I sold somebody. Yes, I bought before. Okay. All right, so I just want to make sure I took care of that. Let me get back to where I was. Elton John has a new bid for 50. And then Legends for $7. Sell this to Amenities for $7. And then we have Blondie, and that is EX $39.99. Blondie, that's their self-titled debut, EX $39.99. And Harry Nilsson, Son of Schmilson, VG $9.99. I've got 4 cassettes coming up. These are all $6.99. The Clash, the story of the Clash. Stray Cats Blast Off, sealed, unopened with hop sticker. G3 live in concert. Satriani, Eric Johnson, Steve Vai. The story of the Rolling Stones, 30 tracks, and then the sealed Jefferson Airplane. Jefferson Airplane takes off. Those are all $6.99 each. Great cassettes there. Great cassettes. All right, so Todd Doris, you do get the Who. He's passing. Elton John has a new bid for 51. Mahavishnu is sold to Joe Castillo for $6.99. And then I'm Jeremiah Stasich. Okay. Thank you for letting me know that. Let's go ahead and make a note in case we sell something to him later. The Mighty Jackalope is Jeremiah Stasich. All righty. So all those are $6.99. We have Christopher Cross. It only had one bid earlier, and they still have the bid. Ted Turner has it for $35. We're about to sell it. Alice Cooper, Lace and Whiskey, VG Plus $19.99. And then James Gang rides again with Funk 49, VG Plus $14.99, and the Billy Joe Glass Houses. Billy Joe's VG Plus $9.99. The cassettes for $6.99 was Jefferson Airplane Takes Off, The Story of the Rolling Stones, G3 Live in Concert, Stray Cats Blast Off, and The Story of the Clash Volume 1. The Story of the Clash Volume 1. If there's a Volume 2 and they go together and I find it, I'll give it to you, whoever claims that one. Over here, we got Chadwick Smith on HN, and that was for Harry Nilsson, Thank you on that. Laura's delivering the rest of tonight's advertised auctions. We're about to get into those while we continue with Japanese pressings. And here's Bob Dylan's greatest hits. EX $29.99, like a Rolling Stone. EX $29.99. And Wheatfield sold the Guess Who, VG $9.99, okay? So first thing we have is the Clash is sold to Robert Barnett. The G3 cassette is sold to Amenities. And that leaves the sealed Stray Cats, the Story of the Stones, and the sealed Jefferson Airplane. Ted Turner, you get Christopher Cross for $35. That sold to him for $35. El Snappatan, I know what he's trying to do now. He's trying to buy the King Crimson. He put KC $35. He is claiming the King Crimson back here. I bet some people are relieved. You don't have to look at that anymore. I'll replace it with something more pleasant. So that's sold to El Snappatan. And Wolverine went out on Elton John, so let's go ahead and sell that to Amenities for $51. All right. And then I see an offer on the James Gang. I will accept. And we got some cool auctions over here. I got a few high-end autographs that I didn't realize we had. I was sorting through auctions. I was trying to figure out kind of what's here in inventory laying around in this building that we can sell off. I told Paul and Laura earlier today, I said, hey, it's the end of the year. Let's try our best to get some of our best records out and get some of these sold. And these Talking Heads that are signed and the Ramones, obviously it's not cheap whatsoever. But if we have some buyers, I'll put them up in just a second. I have Samson here. This is pretty interesting. Samson with Bruce Dickinson. This is called Head Tactics. And this is an 86 U.S. Allied OG. It's a compilation. Samson, VG Plus, a $15 start. Jerry Metal Guy Guerrero does get the James Gang for $10. This is a vintage pre-owned crate. Buy it now or best offer. Let's find something to put back there in the back to fill that void in the wall. What is something somebody's going to see and they're going to be like, dang, Chad, how much is that? How much is that? Well, I know one thing we always put back there that sells are these right here. Megadeth's Rust and Peace. New and sealed remasters, $36.99. Hello, I Must Be Going. Phil Collins, VG Plus $14.99. ELO Discovery, VG Plus $14.99 for Electrolyte Orchestra. And Heart, Dreamboat Annie. That's a DBX audiophile record. The vinyl's VG Plus. There is some cover damage. $34.99. The next Japanese pressing is going to go up right now. Somebody asked earlier, do you have any Japanese metal? I got a little. Here's Earthquake. This is Earthquaker, excuse me. Earthquaker Fugitive, Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's that. There's the insert. Cover and Obi, $35 star. So right now our back wall has the following stuff. Pink Floyd Division Bell, $49. The Doors Analog Productions, $59. Megadeth is $36 and Buckingham Nicks, $39. All right. Glare on the Buckingham Nicks. Yeah, let me fix that. Let's make it where you can see Stevie's face. There we go. Bob Dylan, Highway 61 Revisited, a 1965 mono, VG, $34.99. And then Bob Dylan, Blonde on Blonde. There is some writing on the cover, but this is the original Claudia Cardinale cover in the gatefold, VG, $49.99. Samson is in VG Plus condition as yeah. I believe that's what I said. Okay, let's grab a few more cassettes over here. Is this a single? I've never seen that before. That might be auction worthy. All right, then that's a cool one. That's a cool one. And that's a cool one. And here's a cool one. All right, these are all $6.99 cassettes. Some great titles tonight. I finally found some more. Due mostly to the Barnett family asking, because I was like, man, I know there's some more good cassettes, and I opened up a tub, and here they are. The Rolling Stones Stripped, The Grateful Dead, In the Dark, sealed Vaughn Brothers, Stevie and Jimmy, sealed with hop sticker, unopened. Alice Cooper Killer in the original thingy here. That's a little bit different packaging, an older cassette. And then the Sex Pistols, The Swindle Continues. The Sex Pistols, okay? over here, we had Samson 16, Samson 20, and then Samson 21, Samson 25, and then Earth Shakers, a $35 start. All those are $6.99. We have Running, Jumping, Standing Still, Spider John Corder, Willie Murphy, a 69 promo, VG Plus $29.99, and then Jethro Tull Live. That's VG $14.99 for Jethro Tull Live. So first thing I have over here is this. Samson 16, Samson 20, Samson 21. There is no Clash Volume 1, but Volume 1 has 2 cassettes. Okay. I will hopefully locate that over here. If so, I'll tag you for it. Chris Frazier put Kill. That's Killer for Alice Cooper. Mortgage Guy Rob got Sex Pistols. Nick Bargeron got Stevie Ray Vaughan. Sarah next on Alice Cooper. Nick Bargeron got the Rolling Stones. Samson 26, Jim B next on Alice Cooper, and then Samson's at 30. This is also a vintage crate. Buy it now, best offer on anything in here, including the Masked Man, One Eye Open. That's VG $14.99. The James Cotton Band, 100% cotton, VG $12.99. James Goggin on the Jethro Tull here in the crate. That's so to James Goggin. And the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, and OG 1967 stereo press, VG Plus $44.99. Okay, nobody bid on Earthshaker Fugitive. That's a buy it now for $35 if anybody wants that. $35 on that. Bum 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I do see where they're starting to. I do see where they're starting to remake Obies. For those that's missing. But I think I want to let y'all know there are bootlegs of Japanese records out there that I think are pretty well made. Just FYI, I think they do bootleg some really high quality Japanese pressings of rare records. And you'll see them pop up here and there. I see some for sale and I'm just like, that's not right. Especially when there's like 12 of them or something. So just be aware, some of the really high-end Japanese stuff, it's not really bootlegged, it's more like they're counterfeits. Because some Japanese pressings with Obies are truly rare, like real OG metal records with Obies and like Metallica's and, you know, Megadeth's, Iron Maiden. So I would just say if it's absolutely perfect, sometimes, or too good of a price, too good to be true, right, Paul? I'm about to eat a brownie. Give me 1 second over here. First thing we have is this. We have Jethro Tull, Samson 31, Joshua Huffman on the Beatles, and then Joshua Huffman got Sgt. Pepper's, and then Bob Dylan, Highway 61 plays Christopher Dean. All right, thank you. So C.P. Dean, 1960, wants the Dylan, Highway 61 revisited, and Alex Kane on Earthshaker. That's sold to him for $35. Let's put up another Japanese pressing, and this is John Lennon's Walls and Bridges. Whatever gets you through the night, it's all right. John Lennon, Walls and Bridges. Vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the original inner sleeve. It has the Japanese book, has the Japanese insert and the book, and the cover has the Obi, and it actually does have the original interactive. This one seems to always be missing the Obi. As you can see, it is detached back here on the back. That's because it had an interactive cover. So obviously people wanted to take off the Obi so they could open up the flaps, and that's what happened. It would go missing. So John Lennon's complete, a $35 start. Samson's at 31 with Danny Thomason. Everybody else is out. This is a buy it now best offer crate, including An Evening with Wildman Fisher. That is $69. That's Frank Zappa related. Frank Zappa related because it's on his label, and here there's a picture of him on the back cover. Anytime you see Bizarre, that has something to do with Zappa. $34.99. Johnny Griffin Quartet, a 62 mono VG condition, $99.99. And Del Shannon Little Town Flirt. Del Shannon's a 63 mono VG, $29.99. We need another Japanese pressing, and this is the Rolling Stones Love You Live. It's a gatefold 2 LP with Obi. This has Mr. Andy Warhol on the artwork. This is a 2 LP, near mint minus and pristine. It has the inner sleeves and the book, and this is a $35 start, okay? We have over here, Kiss Double Platinum, an OG Terre Haute VG $24.99, All Day Thumbsucker compilation VG plus $9.99, and Percy Sledge Any Day Now VG $9.99, okay? Nobody else been on Samson. I got to go ahead and sell that to Danny for $31. It's been a pretty reasonable amount of time. So that's sold to Danny Thomason for $31. Final call on John, or I just kind of put John Lennon up. So one more chance on John Lennon. There's the Rolling Stones. And let's grab another handful of cassettes over here. This is the only mess I left last night. It bothered me to have at least leave it out, but I was like, I'm going to sell them tomorrow anyway, first thing. So, hey, there's the other story of the Clash. There it is. So sell this to the Barnetts, no charge. Just let's put a rubber band around there. There's your other volume, okay? So there it is. I knew it'd come up eventually. So that's sold to them at no charge. And then here's Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. Stevie Ray Vaughan in step. These are all $6.99. There's another Stevie Ray Vaughan family style. That time it's open. That's a cool one. Bad Company, an early cassette in this pink cartridge. Kind of opens up like that. That's cool. And then we have Joe Satriani. That one's just self-titled. And then sealed Fleetwood Mac, the best of British rock. Those are all $6.99. All right. I don't think I've pulled a single record yet from the hot picture. Maybe Samson. Yeah, Samson was. So let's go ahead and start rolling with those. Let's knock out some of these 45 box sets too. But I see Dio over here in the low end tab, so let's look at it. Dio is an 85 US Specialty OG. It has the original under sleeve. It's VG minus, no feelable marks, but heavy scuffing. So it's going to have some noise, but you're going to be playing it so loud, you can probably drown that out. But it's not going to pop. It's not going to skip because there's no feelable marks. All right, 007 Platinum on Stevie Ray Vaughan. That was for In Step. Chris Frazier on Bad Company. Nick Bargeron next on Stevie Ray Vaughan. That left the Seal 2-in-1 Fleetwood Mac, self-titled Joe Satriani, and the Vaughan brothers, okay? And I'm just going to read through these carefully or quickly. I guess carefully too, but quickly. There's two new arrival crates back here from Paul. We got to show those. The other bonus auction tonight after we get through the cassettes, I've got some Conan, the Barbarian. Conan or Conan? Conan or Conan? I think Conan's the comedian. Conan, the Barbarian. Conan. Conan O'Brien and Conan the Barbarian. They're both the same? Okay. I'll take your word for it, Paul. We might have to call Charles Gross. Somebody call Charles Edward Gross. He also goes by Eddie. Timeout. I'm glad I can mute my mic because if y'all just had to hear that, that would have sounded disgusting. Me smacking my lips. All right, the Vaughan brothers is sold to 007 Platinum. I'm still trying to get my breakfast in. Chick-fil-A fries and brownies. The all-day thumbsucker was VG Plus, $9.99. But I do feel the Blue G starting to do its magic, okay? Here's what's left in here. If you want to make an offer, go ahead. Janis Joplin, VG Plus $24.99. Yes, VG Plus $14.99. Todd Rundgren, VG Plus $19.99. This was Wasmo Narez, VG Plus $9.99. Chicago 3, VG Plus $19.99. Foghat Energized, VG Plus $9.99. Todd Rundgren's Utopia, EX $16.99. The Guess Who Road Food, VG $14.99. Blondie's EX $39.99. Pure Prairie League, VG Plus $9.99. Yes, it's sold to Bradley Smith for $9. We also had Alice Cooper Lace and Whiskey, VG Plus $19.99. Billy Joe Glass Houses, VG Plus $9.99. Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits is EX $29.99. The Guess Who is VG $9.99. Phil Collins is VG Plus $14.99. ELO is VG Plus $14.99. And Hart, Dreamboat Annie, DBX, VG Plus $34.99. Somebody can get a bargain Dio for $10. It is VG minus. That is a $10 buy it now. Nobody bid on the Stones. That's a $35 buy it now. There is a bid that just came in on John Lennon for $35. So if you want John Lennon, now you got to go through Amenities. And he has it for $35. Amenities has it for $35. That's going once, going twice. Dio is sold to Aaron Andrus. And the first question was, what was the Foghat Energized? Foghat Energized was VG plus $9.99. Bob Dylan, an OG true first cover of Blonde on Blonde, VG $49.99. VG minus cover because of wear and writing, though. Spider John Corner, VG plus $29.99. The Masked Man, One Eye Open, VG $14.99. James Cotton was VG $12.99. An Evening with Wild Man Fisher, VG $34.99. Johnny Griffin was VG $99.99. Dale Shannon, VG $26. Kiss, VG $24. And Percy Sledge was VG $9. I'll do Blondie for $25. $25 and it's yours. 25 on that. All right, let's put up all new auctions and show some cassettes, and let's bring over our first crate of newly priced records for tonight. Walls and Bridges is sold to Amenities for $35, and is Lord of the Rings. Yeah, so there's two big soundtracks that recently have come into print on vinyl. The first one is all the Harry Potter movies. You can now get those as long as they're still in stock, and then Lord of the Rings was the other one. Now, I think the true Lord of the Rings soundtracks are these huge deluxe box sets that came out a long time ago. They're like, I think like the first movie has like 12 discs or something crazy if you want the complete. But I think most people settle for the 2 LP. It's kind of like a best of. It's obviously no way it could be the whole score to the movie, right? Because it's, how long are those movies? 3 hours probably. So Kyle Hansen sold on Blondie for $25. Shane on Thumbsucker for $8. Did I sell that? It's back here. That sold to Shane Lando for $8. And then Fisher for $25. This is sold to Kathy for $25. And Dale Shannon was VG $26.99. Should be on the Big Top label. It is, and that's a 63 mono. Kiss is an OG Terre Haute VG vinyl VG cover, $24.99. New Japanese right now. At this point, I'm just going down the crate. And here's the next one. I don't recall getting this one too much. Alan Parsons Project, Ammonia Avenue. $35 start. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the insert, and there's the cover Nobi. And then let's pull one over here for let's pull one over here from the advertised batch. Boy, there's a lot. I better get started on these. Boy, we have a lot over here. Goodness gracious. All right, let's do Lead Belly here. Lead Belly is a 1973 OG compilation. It does have a corner clip, $20 start. Now, I'm not saying this is an OG. I'm not saying this is an OG record, because I think this man literally died in the late 40s, early 50s, probably before they even started making LP records. But this is kind of, they call these comps OG when it's the first time they were, comped together like that. So this is Lead Belly live in Austin, Texas, 1949, a $25 start, okay? Kiss is sold to Scully Mack for $15. Let's grab another handful of cassettes over here, and let's do 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5, and then I have one auction. And I'm trying to figure out if I have seen this before. I don't recall this, but it looks interesting, so it's probably auction. Little Feat, Waiting for Columbus. Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal. These are all $6.99. The Best of Dwayne Allman. TV Tunes, the commercials, new and improved, sealed. And then Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. Those are all $6.99. I've already sold Kiss for $15. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Lead Belly has a bid for $20. Alan Parsons is a $35 start. Let's go through a new crate, eh? Hey, let's go through a new crate. Oh, trying to pop my knee. That didn't work. Now I botched it. All right, let's see what Paul's got here for us, eh? All right, Guns N' Roses is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob for $6.99. And that left commercials, Dwayne Allman, Lou Reed, and Little Feat. So this is this a single? Yeah, this is a single. This is Guns N' Roses. Why is the artwork backwards, though? This is weird. The artwork's backwards. I don't think there's a way you can flip that. Either way, from Terminator 2, Guns N' Roses, You Could Be Mine. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Whoops. This is Guns N' Roses, You Could Be Mine. I don't guess there's a way you can flip that artwork for it to be the correct way, because if you put it like that, that's bizarro. Yeah, the artwork's backwards. Interesting. Okay, Terminator, so it's upside down and backwards. $7 start on that. Let's put that up for auction, because I've never seen that before from Terminator 2. Okay? Did you put my card back up there?
Yeah, I did.
Thank you so much. Did you buy you one?
No, I didn't get one.
That's the deal. If you get me a blue juice, you get a blue juice. All right. Sounds good. How much was Del Shannon? I asked earlier. VG, $26.99. Thank you, Jill, and Merry Christmas. All right, these are all sticker price. They were just marked today. These are no more, no less. GNR has a bid for $7, okay? That's probably one of the last few. Some of these I'm okay. And with just straight pricing, but of course some of these cassettes can get kind of pricey. I just don't know. So here we go. We have Muddy Waters in Concert, 1958, $29.99. Spencer Wiggins, Soul City, USA, a 1977 Japanese mono, $29.99. The Knack, but the little girls understand. The Knack is $9.99. Guy Clark, Better Days. Guy Clark is $29.99. And Albert Collins with the Barrel House Live, a 1979 Dutch import, $24.99. Jay Nutri gets Muddy Waters. We have our first offer on Del Shannon, and I'm selling it. Chuck Haley offered $20. That's sold to him. Chuck Haley gets Del Shannon for $20. Consider that gone. Okay, Lead Belly, the last bid that came in on this was $25 of Danny. Sean Drake, you've been outbid, just so you know. Terminator has two $7 bids. Kaysen bid 7 and Chris Frazier bid 7. The Real Mighty Jackalope, that's Jeremiah, boy, I've already forgot again. Jeremiah Stasich, right? You get Albert Collins, that's so do you. And then over here, Alan Parsons is a $35 buy it now. Ammonia Avenue, the Alan Parsons project, that's a buy it now, no bid, $35 buy it now. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. These were just marked today. We've already sold Albert Collins. We sold Muddy Waters. Lead Belly's going to go right over here. It's at 25. Terminator's at 8. And we still got Guy Clark, The Knack, Spencer Wiggins, and Walter Carlos, and the Well-Tempered Synthesizer. That's in shrink wrap, $14.99. And over here, we have Selena Gomez, Revolucion, I think is how that's pronounced, $14.99 on that. Next Japanese pressing is Journey, Don't Stop Believing. That is from the album Escape. This is an OG Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Super nice. Journey Escape. Really nice. There's the LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Guy Clark is sold to Danny Thomason. I was about to say, hopefully you don't leave that behind. His stuff doesn't come through very often. Jack McDuff, Magnetic Feel, a 75 USOG. $24.99, and Clarence Fountain, Soul Gospel, formerly lead singer of the Five Blind Boys of Alabama. That's in shrink on the Jewel label, $14.99. And McCann Wilson, Les McCann and the Gerald Wilson Orchestra, a 1965 US Stereo OG super clean Pacific Jazz label, $19.99. Guns N' Roses, You Could Be Mine. Guns N' Roses, You Could Be Mine is from Terminator 2. It's a Guns N' Roses single. It's a Guns N' Roses single. Guns N' Roses single, okay? The last bid on this was $8. It's from Terminator 2. The last bid on Lead Belly that came up, was $27 of Sean Drake. Amenities has Escape for $36, okay? $36. These are all sticker price, never been shown. Ladysmith Black Mambazo. I don't know if I just said that right, but there it is. Ladysmith Black Mambazo. Uwando This is the part I was about to say. I said that correctly. I was about to say, I don't know if I could say this correctly. Yuwando Olan Kong Wang Liwi, $9.99. Give me 1 second over here. Okay. Now, I was jumping ahead. Mortgage guy Rob wants Ladysmith. Escape has a bid for 40, and Lead Belly's at 27 with Sean Drake. Everybody else is out. Terminator is sold for $8 to Chris Frazier. Next is the Rich Rebellion, Buddy Rich and his orchestra, $9.99, and the Nerds, excuse me, the Roaches, Nerds, $9.99, and Harry Nilsson, Pussycats, a 1974 OG copy sealed. It does have a saw mark, $29.99. I don't know who was back up on Lead Belly, but the auction's about to close at 27, and then Journey's at 40 with amenities. Jay Neutra on BR for Buddy Rich. That's sold to him, and I'm going to go over here and do this. I thought I had Guns N' Roses for $8. $8 is the high bid on Guns N' Roses. Chris Frazier, Kaysen bid 7. Chris Frazier bid 7. Kaysen bid 8. Chris Frazier bid 8. Okay, we got to put this back up. Chris Frazier, I think you've bid twice, and both times you've tied Kaysen. He has this for $8. I guarantee, Chris, if you go ahead and bid 15, you'll win the auction. Or you can try 9 and see what happens. That is at $8 of Kaysen Palamambu. Robbie, you were second on Buddy Rich. And we have Big Business, the beast you are. Big Business is $99.99. This is blue with green and sign splatter. It has a 7-inch picture disc, a patch, a slip mat, and it's autographed. And folks, this is under the genre of stoner rock. Now Terminator's at 10, now Terminator's at 11. This is a single from Guns N' Roses, You Could Be Mine from Terminator 2. That is a single. That is a single. Lead Belly, the last bid, this is sold to Sean Drake for $27. Sean Drake, $27. So I got tied up on a couple different auctions. I think about every auction, there was about, seems like 3 people within $1 of each other. It makes it really hard to keep up with it. Now Terminator's at 15. Chris, that might do it. We'll find out. Final call. Kaysen, you're out, and now X-Wing, you're out. LA Woman is an Analog Productions, 45 RPM, $59.99. And then Journey is sold to amenities for $40. And I also need to go ahead and start a new crate because this one is officially plumb full. Okay? The Stoner Rock right there, Big Business, the beast you are, is $99.99. $99.99. Okay? $99.99. X-Wing, you're out on Guns N' Roses. Let me know if you want back in. We have plumb filled up a plumb full plumb crate. I'm grabbing a new empty one right over here. We need all new auctions. Chris Frazier gets Terminator for $15. I knew it. That's sold for $15. Next thing over here is this. We have Dark in My Heart, The Lonesome Sounds of Lee Hazelwood. That's an unofficial compilation, $24.99. And Gua Ali, Sufi music from Pakistan, the Sabri Brothers and Ensemble, $19.99. If you ever want to win an auction, just say, Chad, what do I need to bid so everybody says out? And I'll tell you, you bid that and you'll win the auction. You may not like what I say, but if you really want to win an auction, I'll tell you what to bid. I'll say bid this much and everybody will start saying out. Talking Heads. I've got 2 different offerings. They're both going to be the same price. Let me give you some background on these as far as value, okay? The starting bid on either one is $475. You got the good signature. You do have David Byrne on here, okay? You do have David Byrne on here. 1978. It is $475 start. You have David Byrne, Chris Franz, and Tina Weymouth. You're missing Jerry Harrison. You're missing Jerry Harrison. Good thing he's still alive. And from what I found out, he does sign if you can catch him, okay? So you have 3 of the 4 original members of Talking Heads. And what you got to understand is at $475, I don't think you can get one with these 3 for that price right now. Everything I saw was more, especially already JSA authenticated with full letter. And if you had Jerry Harrison on here, it would probably triple in value. A few fully signed Talking Heads albums have sold for over $1,000. One did sell recently for $1,200, and one sold for $1,600. So you got 3 of the 4: Byrne, Franz, and Weymouth. And I've always said her name both ways. I've never been corrected. So $475 start. Now, the good thing is it comes with a full letter from JSA. We already bought it like this. It was authenticated back in May. We'd already bought them like this. And so there's the inner sleeve. And the actual record is a 1978 OG. Yep, the actual record is a 1978 OG. So $475. I'm telling you, if you're in the market for these, that's a great price. When I look up higher end records like this, that's why I don't get to put them up so much. It takes a lot of time. I make sure I know who signed them, who's still alive, who still could sign, et cetera, et cetera. So if you have access to Jerry Harrison, that would be a great item for him to sign in a blue Sharpie. You'd have an awesome piece there. So Mike Owens in at $475, going once, going twice. The actual record is a 1978 OG. It's a 1978, so it's a real vintage jacket too. A lot of times these autograph people, autograph hunters, they'll buy new jackets because they're easier to get. And you'll have a lot of modern type jackets. I like it when it's an OG. Those tend to demand more money. That is an OG jacket. And Mike Owens already in. All right, and I would think like my sticker price on something like this would probably be like, I don't know. Well, just missing Jerry Harrison, like I said, one more signature on here, and this is like well over $1,000 record signed. The tough one is David Byrne. He's obviously probably the biggest superstar and probably the hardest to get to, and both of these have his signature. So that's a good one. All right, we'll sell this one, then I'll do the other one, and then I got the Ramones as well, okay? Can I request any 80s heavy metal Japanese press? Well, you've already missed one, and that was Earthshaker, and there are no more left in here. There is no more in here. I'll do one more flip. No more that I want to tell you about. Now, hopefully you stay on and watch all 9 hours of this show so you don't miss anything, right, Kason? Surely you don't have anything to do. There's no way you do. There's no way you have anything to do on Saturday night at 8 o'clock Central Time. Yes, 90125. This is a Japanese pressing. It has the insert, and the cover and obi, and that's a $35 start. And yeah, let's start putting up the Conan magazines. And then this Beatles box, okay? So Joshua's been asking for this. Thank you, Joshua, for reminding me 200 times. This is a very desirable Beatles box, okay? This is the 1981 UK 7-inch box set. 1981 UK 7-inch box set. This has 15 7-inch singles, all mono except for Magical Mystery Tour. They're all EX or better, and this is a $250 start. Laura made a note, some of these have sold for as much as $400. So the Beatles hits, Twist and Shout, Beatles #1, All My Loving, Long Tall Sally, Hard Day's Night, Beatles for Sale, Beatles for Sale 2, Million Sellers, Yesterday, Nowhere Man, This, That, and then Magical Mystery. This is the 81 UK OG Beatles EP collection. This is the EP collection, $250 start. You don't have to bid. If you don't feel like bidding, you don't have to bid, I promise. I'll be okay with it. You don't have to bid if you don't want to bid on this. But if you do, it's a $250 start. Talking Heads is at $495. Yes is at $35. Yes is at $35. Yes is at $38. Now I've put up some big auctions, and we're right in the middle of a new arrivals bin. Did I miss anything else? Conan, coming up very soon. Coming up very soon. We have the Cretone Snap Snap, $9.99. This is Bonnie Pointer, a 1979 USOG sealed $14.99, and Motown Sound Space Dance. This is a 1978 $19.99, and Gene Dunlap. Gene Dunlap, Party in Me, an 81 US Boogie Funk Disco album, $79.99. Joshua says he's in on the Beatles at $250. Joshua has the Beatles at $250. Going once, going twice. Talking Heads has hit $500, and Yes is at $38. It's up to Tom Kelly if he wants to bid again. We have Within the Gate, a live praise and worship experience by Candle at the entire Up a Gate Force. A 78 US Gospel Funk Soul, $9.99. And we have DJ's latest arrival, Truly Yours, $9.99. All right, so the Talking Heads has hit $500. Amenities is out. So Mike Owen has it for 500 smackers, right on the air horn, and Amenities says he'll pass. So Amenities is out. The Talking Heads is probably going to sell for 500 unless somebody was waiting to bid at the last second. Yes is a final call for 38, and the Beatles is at 250. We have RPM. RPM is $9.99, and Eurogliders, This Island. Eurogliders is a 1984 New Wave, $9.99, and Leon Everett, Goodbye King of Rock and Roll, a tribute to Elvis, the world's greatest star, has gone home, $9.99. $9.99. An incredible Beatles box here. I think there's some pretty desirable mixes in there. And what you got to understand is in the United Kingdom, if you've noticed, in the UK, you don't ever see a Magical Mystery Tour UK copy. This is how Magical Mystery Tour came out in the UK. It came out as this 7-inch double 45. And it had those songs on it. So there is no UK Magical Mystery Tour album. Even when you get the Beatles box sets, there isn't a mono copy of Magical Mystery Tour in there. So that's just something to take note of. Well, another reason it makes this pretty desirable. $250, it's about to sell. Also, we have the Impressions. This is My Country. A 68 US OG, fantastic copy, $49.99. The Impressions. And The Illusions, If It's So. The Illusions is $19.99. And Kid Glove, a 1984 US Hard Rock Yellow Vinyl Promo, $9.99 on this. Kid Glove. These are some new arrivals at Paul Mark today. Some cool stuff in here already sold. And the first thing I'm going to do is end all 3 auctions. Right now. All 3 auctions right now. The air horn is coming out. Let's go ahead and first congratulate Mike Owen on the Talking Heads. Really cool record here. I am going ahead and finding my air horn. There it is. And I hope everybody can adjust their volume right quick. I don't think we've had we did have an air horn this week for coins the other night. So thanks everybody. Mike, I'm going to put this away very carefully for you. And this is sold. And it's Jesse authenticated. Signed Talking Heads. Byrne, Franz, and Weymouth. And this is sold. And this is done. And this is sold for $500. And here we go. I'm putting that in the crate, whoever's watching. Okay. And then, yes, it's sold to Carmen Shark Tiger for $38. Carmen, I can't blow an air horn for you, but I will say thank you. And I sound really weird right now because I'm wearing ear protection and I can hear myself talking. This is sold. And then the Beatles is sold. I've already called it sold. Too late. Too late. And this is sold to Joshua Huffman. I was expecting bids to start coming in like 260, 270, 280, 290, 300, 310. Some of these have sold for as much as 400. I figured even Jim B would buy. There was like $300 to be made on this, Jim B. You just missed the boat. Okay? I'm going to take my headphones off now. Thank you. I'm going to go lay this in here on the table. And let me take this first stack of cassettes that have sold in here. And we got a roll of stuff already sold in here. Let me put this right there. And then there's his. All right, now, the next one should also sell for this starting bid. So the last time I had a fully signed Ramones, our very own Steve Ritchie bought it. And I think he got that. He sold that for, or what did we sell that for? I meant to text him. $2,000 or $3,000, somewhere in there. Now, it had Joey Ramone on it. So here's the lineup for this. This is a 1978. This is the Ramones' debut album. Pretty incredible item here. It's signed by Johnny Ramone, Tommy Ramone, Dee Dee Ramone, and Marky Ramone. Now, Marky is the only one still alive. Johnny, Tommy, and Dee Dee have passed away. And this is fully signed with letter from JSA. So it's signed on the back of the album jacket. Dee Dee Ramone, Mark Ramone, Johnny Ramone, and Tommy Ramone. And this is a 78 U.S. Jacksonville, technically a reissue, so it is on a vintage album jacket. Very cool to have that signed. And this one's going to go up for an $875 start. Now, like I've said before, if this had Joey on it, and it was signed on the front, it would probably be 3 or 4 times that much. But from what I've seen, an album jacket with 4 Johnny, Tommy, Dee Dee, and Marky with that lineup, I didn't see many under $1,500 or $1,200, kind of like the Talking Heads. So $875 start on the Ramones. That's up for bid. I do have another signed Talking Heads. I'll do that in just a second. But first, let's put up another Japanese pressing. This is the Rolling Stones' Gimme Shelter. The Rolling Stones' Gimme Shelter. This is a $35 start. It's a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. There's the insert, and there's the cover and obi. $35 start on that. All right, and then our next auction is going to be a quick 45 auction. Maybe not so quick, depends on how many people bid. This is Led Zeppelin's Hey, Hey, What Can I Do? And of course, the A side is the Immigrant Song. It's about VG plus condition. It's really cool, though, being in the original Atlantic sleeve, and that is OG. And it's the only way, originally, Hey, Hey, What Can I Do was released on vinyl. So that is a $10 start. $10 start. That is now up for bid, okay? So, I did have a claim for Kid Glove earlier. Kid Glove was sold to Alex Kane. Paula was second. And then I think somebody claimed something earlier in the bin as well, right? Sorry, we had a lot going on. Paula was first on Kid Glove. I apologize. So up here, Paula claimed Kid Glove. And then down here, we were taking care of the auctions. Then Alex, you claimed it, and then Paula. But Paula was first originally. Was there something else that I missed in here? Led Zeppelin has bids for 10, 10, and then 20. Ramones is an $875 start. The Stones, the Ramones is $875. The Stones is $35. And the Beatles already has bids, okay? There we have it. All right, let's go ahead and put this up for auction. This is the Savage Sword of Conan the Barbarian. The Savage Sword of Conan the Barbarian. And this is going to go up for a $10 start. Okay? $10 start. The Savage Sword of Conan the Barbarian. $10 start. That's now up for bid. Okay? All right. Now, we've had 2 people during all those auctions. Since I've paused, I think 3 people have asked, do you have any more cassettes? Because we've been showing some greatness in cassettes. And then 2 people have asked, what are the cassettes in the back? I'm officially doing too much at once. I'm officially doing too much at once. I am trying to, right now I'm trying to sell 4 auctions, go through records, and show cassettes. I've officially overloaded. So how about nobody leave the chat? Nobody leave the chat. I'll get to literally everything in just the next 5 minutes. But if you're in a hurry to be somewhere, probably not the night for you to be watching, because there is a lot going on. We've got 4 auctions, cassettes, miscellaneous, new arrivals, Japanese. That's all happening at the same time. Someone claimed the Apagake. Somebody claimed the Apagate. They did? This one right here. Yes, it was Chadwick Smith. Chadwick Smith got that one right there. Now, let's update all the auctions. We have The Ramones, no bid yet, $875. The Rolling Stones, no bid, looking for a $35 start. The Conan magazine has one bid for $10. Led Zeppelin just got a bid for $45. Let me show a few more records in here. Confunction, Mr. Tambourine Man, VG condition, $9.99. We have Beanie Maupin, Moonscapes, VG Plus, $29.99. Judas Priest has not sold. Do not leave the chat. I wouldn't go anywhere. Don't try to swap off. Don't go try to walk your dog. Don't try to go grab a bite to eat. I would lock in for the next half hour, or you're going to blink and miss something. The Rabble, R-A-B-B-L-E, a 68 OG Rare Garage Psych album. There is cover damage on the back. VG Plus, $124.99. Led Zeppelin's at $50. Conan's at $25. The Rolling Stones has a bid for $35. And Oliver Sane Blue Max, a VG Plus, $14.99. Is the Rolling Stones a live album? The Rolling Stones is a live album. Love You Live, a 2 LP Japanese pressing of Obi, $35. Next is Tony Sylvester and the New Ingredient, Magic Touch, a 1976 US Disco Funk, VG, $24.99. And Lo Nuevo de los or something, 68 Cumbia Ranchera, VG Plus, $24.99. The Doors, LA Woman is an Analog Productions, 45 RPM, $59.99. These are sticker price, no more, no less. We finally have Japanese pressings, and David Johnson said he's about to take some pills and go to sleep. Bad idea. Why not take an upper, not a downer? The Ramones, if anybody wants this, $875. It's available. A rarity. An original lineup album is $2,000–$3,000 plus, especially fully signed on the front. We've had one before. We had one earlier this year. That one's $875. It's just missing one original signature, but unfortunately you can't get it anymore. The Rolling Stones is at $37 of Corey Ross. Somebody got outbid. Mitch T, you've been outbid. Led Zeppelin is at $53 with amenities. And then Conan, the last bid on this was Matt Nichols at $25. Paul is out. Final call on that one. Next is what's that say? Process and the Do-Rags, Too Sharp. Process and the Do-Rags, Too Sharp. That is VG Plus, $11.99. And Delegation, The Promise of Love. The Delegation is a 77 disco funk record, EX, $32.99. Let's grab another auction. Let's grab one from the high-end tab. Let's go ahead and try the last Talking Heads album. Same thing. If you missed out on the last one, you might want this one. Another one, True Stories, signed. Of course, that's technically the back of the jacket, but still very displayable. True Stories, Talking Heads, signed by David Byrne, Franz Weymouth, $475. We just sold one a moment ago for $500, and this is an 86 US Allied OG. An 86 US Allied OG, okay? And this is a $475 start. Now, these pictures, there's photos of them signing these albums, and I need to give Mike Owen this one right here, because that's the one he bought. There's Franz signing the Chris France signing the Talking Heads you just bought. That's an actual live photo of him signing that. So I'm going to put that down in yours. The rest of the photos are from the same signing session, but I don't have one of them signing these other album jackets. So there's some photo evidence here. I don't think that's a copy of. These are other album jackets they're holding. Yeah, there's Byrne. He's signing a magazine. So, yeah. I'm going to put these down in here. It looks like that's from the same session, but I don't actually see them holding this album. But there was a picture of Franz holding more songs about buildings and food. Very cool, though. And same story. True Stories. Same story on this one. You get Jerry Harrison on here, $1,000 plus record. Just got to find them, track them down, and get him to sign about right there. It'd be an awesome piece. $475. That's up for bid. Okay? Now, Led Zeppelin, I think we're done over here. This was sold to Amenities for $53. First, though, let's tag this Conan magazine to Matt Nichols for $25. I literally have a whole box over here of these. So that's sold for $25. I'm going to put the Led Zeppelin record on top of it. And then the Rolling Stones, did this get another bid? Mitch T bid $38. Corey Ross, you're out. Corey Ross, you're out. And then over here, True Stories, Talking Heads, signed, $475. We also have Saturday Night at the Uptown with Wilson Pickett, the Drifters, the Vibrations, a 64 mono, VG Plus $9.99. Chuck Folds, that is a 75 UK jazz album with Richard Davis, EX $9.99. Lou Chandler, The Lovin' People, a 67 US mono folk, VG Plus $9.99. Noel Pointer, All of My Reasons, VG $9.99. Cheetah, Rock and Roll Women, VG Plus $9.99. And then King Crimson, Starless and Bible Black, VG Plus. Boy, y'all are missing the boat on some incredible records in there. Holy moly. All right, let's grab another auction right quick, and that is, we had somebody ask for this right here. Judas Priest, Demolition. This is an unofficial. This album was released on vinyl in 2001, and it's been out of print since then. And those are very expensive and pricey records. So this is an unofficial pressing, a 2 LP colored vinyl, $50 start on Judas Priest. The Rolling Stones is sold to Corey Ross for $39. Talking Heads, we've already sold one. That's the only other one I have. $475 start. Judas Priest is a $50 start. All right. It's hard to go through crates when I'm running 4 auctions and showing cassettes at the same time. Speaking of cassettes, I still need to knock out the ones I have left over here, and then we'll do a big recap, okay? So let me find those. There's 1, 2. Let me keep all the blank ones together. We sold a big blank lot the other night. There's those. And here we go. All right, these are $6.99. How much are these cassettes, Chad? They're $6.99, including 2 short, Born to Mac, 2 short, Divinyls, Allman Brothers, Live at the Fillmore, Pink Floyd, Piper at the Gates of Dawn, Leonard Skinner Live, and Up the Creek soundtrack. Those are all $6.99, okay? Next is KC Starless, a UK pressing. This is a US press. That is a US OG pressing. VG Plus $24.99. Bernie Johnson on Chuck. Bernie Johnson on Chuck. Chuck Folds right here. That is sold to Bernie Johnson. Thank you. And then first thing is Judas Priest got a bid for $65. 007 Platinum got 2 short. Jim B was second. Doug Reeder on Pink Floyd. Doug Reeder second on 2 short. Shakedown next on Pink Floyd. Brandon Jones next on 2 short. Amenities next on Pink Floyd. That left the Vinyls, Allman Brothers, Leonard Skinner Live, and Up the Creek, okay? If anybody wants Talking Heads, it's $475. Signed copy of True Stories, and that is a buy it now for $475, okay? Got the autographs out of the way, at least those advertised ones. And then over here, that's Judas Priest Demolition, and that's at $65 with Kevin Voitosh. Y'all have got me out of breath. Let me mute my mic right quick. I knew he was going to do that. Mike Owen gets the Talking Heads for a buy it now, $475. Thank you. I had a feeling you was going to do that. I don't know why. I was like, I bet Mike wants that other one too. He's just waiting. Sold to Mike Owen, $475. Great grabs. You cannot get those right now. JSA authenticated for that price. Plus a letter on Talking Heads, I think, cost $100 from JSA. So a letter, most of their letters start at $50 and $75 and go up to $100. So anytime I'm showing y'all a letter for something, I think they start at $50 and $75, and then some things like Babe Ruth or, you know, something really rare like Morrison or Hendrix, I think they charge maybe well over $150 or more, maybe even more than that to do something really high end. So great deal on those. Thank you. And if anybody wants the Ramones, that's a great price too. Fantastic price on that, $875 if that's up your fancy. And then we have the vinyl sold to Chris Frazier for $6.99. Okay, I'll go through all the leftovers in just a second. Let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing before David Johnson pops his pills and go to bed. We have the following, the Eagles, One of These Nights. Beautiful Japanese press, textured cover with obi. And this is a $35 start. There's the insert, and there's that. Thank you, Mike Owen. Nice. I didn't even get to ask Paul. I found those in a crate last night. I was going through some records over here, and I was flipping through, and I saw a JSA letter. Now, I usually know about everything signed in this building, except for the deep cut stuff. And I saw those. I was like, holy heck. I literally found those in this building last night. I didn't know we had them. Both of those Talking Heads and the Ramones. That's the kind of stuff that's hidden within this building. I was like, what the heck? A random 2-3 random signed records just in a crate back here. And it was mixed in with a lot of like metal auctions. So pretty cool stuff. All right, Eagles is a $35 start. I'm just going to read these titles one more time. If you need a price or information, let me know. We got Spencer Wiggins, The Knack, Well-Tempered Synthesizer, Walter Carlos, Selena Gomez, Jack McDuff, Magnetic Feel, Clarence Fountain, Soul Gospel, McCain Wilson, Nerds, The Roaches, Harry Nilsson, Pussycat, Big Business. That was a pretty pricey stoner rock album, but seems very desirable. And then over here we have Dark in My Heart. We have Gwali, The Cretones. We have Bonnie Pointer, Motown Sound, Space Dance, Gene Dunlap, RJ's latest arrival, Truly Yours, RPM, Eurogliders, and Leon Everett. To my knowledge, this Judas Priest bootleg only got one bid, and it is sold to Kevin Voitosh for $65, okay? The Eagles is a near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing. The high bid is Amenities 35, Mark Beast bid 40, and then somebody else bid 40. So Mark Beast has it for $40 right now. Our next auction is going to go up right now. Miles Davis, Porgy and Bess. Miles Davis is a 1959 U.S. Hollywood OG, a 6-eye mono in VG Plus condition, a $25 start for Miles Davis. It has the original Columbia inner sleeve. That is now up for bid. Next is the Impressions. This is My Country. I've already read through these. I'm just reading the titles. If you want a price or information, let me know. The Illusion, If It's So, Confunction, Beanie Mop and Moonscapes, The Rabble, that was a rare psych album, Oliver Sane, Blue Max, and Tony Sylvester, and The New Ingredient. Let's do another record from the high-end tab over here. I like it when we have high-end tab records. What happened to that? Didn't we have a Velvet Oh, boy, we do. Velvet Underground and Nico. This is pretty sweet. This is a 68 East Coast repress. It is a 68. It is a repress, and there is cover damage. Now, I've told y'all before, I've sold these anywhere from 100 to 100, 150 to, I think we sold one night over 2,000. At least 1,200, 14, something like that. Maybe 1850. Could have been 1875. It's something like that. So these have a wide variety. It does have the original banana. You can tell it was kind of starting to peel or somebody was trying to peek at it. There is cover damage at the bottom. This is a 68 U.S. East Coast repress. Once again, still super desirable, not only because of what the music is in the album, but also because of the album cover. Andy Warhol, VG condition, $125 start. These always sell because they're a little bit more cheaper, but these to me are kind of like butcher covers. I'm in no hurry to sell them. So if you don't want to bid, don't feel obligated at all. I don't mind stashing these away, but I don't have a stash of these. These always sell. The butcher covers are just sometimes too expensive, but every time I let one of these go, I'm like, man, I should just put that away and not even sold it, even represses. So that is a $125 start, a 68 East Coast repress. Velvet Underground and Nico, self-titled. Very, very cool. The Eagles is at 45. The Eagles is at 50. Miles Davis 25. Miles Davis 26. Eagles 52. Miles Davis 30. And Shane, I'm going to keep all these sticker price right now. Even though that's a very fair offer, I'm going to keep all these sticker price, okay? And then Eagles 55. And then we had Lo Nuevo dos Elos Revol something, and then Process and the Do-Rags, Delegation, The Promise of Love, Saturday Night at the Uptown, Lou Chandler, The Lovin' People, No Pointer, All of My Reasons, Cheetah, and King Crimson. Let's go through another new crate. I think Paul's working on even more right now, so let's go through another one. He's in the back. I think Laura's gone for the night. It is Saturday Night at Coleco. Let's do another Conan magazine. This one, I mean, that last one we originally had priced for $35. That last one we originally had priced for $35, okay? It sold for $25. This one was also priced for $35. This is the Savage Sword of Conan. Very cool. Number 1, super annual issue, $10 start. $10 start on that one. I will show you the back, but this is not a torso cover. This is a 68 East Coast repress. This is not a $1,000 OG torso cover, I promise. But it is a really cool vintage repress with an unpeeled banana. This is the Velvet Underground and Nico. I promise it's not a OG first press torso cover that's worth $1,000. It is a 68 East Coast repress. VG condition, does have cover damage, $125 start. And you don't have to bid if you don't want to. You don't have to bid if you don't want to. Miles Davis, the last bid was Sean Drake at $30, now $32. Conan has a bid for $15. And then the Eagles, one of these nights, is a final call to amenities for $55. We got 4 auctions. We got 4 auctions up right now. Let's grab another crate. Oh my gosh. Let's grab another crate. These are sticker price, no more, no less. I want to show this cover right now because it's got my attention. I'm like, what the heck did Paul mark here? Is this another risque crate? Got to Give It Up. What is this a picture of? I'm afraid to know what I'm looking at here. Got to Give It Up. Most requested rhythm band. Holy moly. EX condition, $17.99. EX condition, $17.99. EX condition, $17.99. That is available. So is UFO Lights Out, VG minus $9.99. And Miles Davis, Kind of Blue. Miles Davis is a 77 US reissue, EX, $37.99. I have the Eagles for $55. Let's go back and check the tape. Amenities, you're tied with Mark Weiss. He bid first at $55. He bid $55, and then you bid $55, okay? First thing is this. Miles Davis is at $32 with Doug Jeppesen. That was a new bid. Sean Drake, you've been outbid. Velvet Underground's $125. Conan's at $15. And then Sean Holford says, give it up. He's going to go ahead and claim it. I still don't know what body part that is. That's so does Sean Holford. That's so does Sean Holford. Shane Lando wants the Rabble from the last crate. Rare Psych album. So does Shane Lando. $124.99. Let's go pull that out. That was the Rabble over here. That was a 68 OG Rare Garage Psych. It did have cover damage, and that's so does Shane. $124.99. Jeff Brent RTO on UFO. And then over here, we have the Eagles at $57. We have Rastus. Rastus is a 71 US Jazz Rock Blues Rock. VG Plus, $14.99. And we have Exotic Music of Near East, Typical Oriental Orchestra. EX Edition, $12.99. Conan is sold to Matt Nichols for $15. Thank you on that. If anybody wants the Velvet Underground and Nico, it's a $125 buy it now. 68 East Coast repress. This is a $125 buy it now if anybody wants it. No bid, VG $125.99. First thing over here is sold to Richard Yeager for $125. Mark Weiss, you've been outbid on the Eagles, and we're about to sell Miles Davis, and Miles Davis is Doug Jeppesen at $32. Bad but Beautiful Eartha Kitt. Wow, don't see that one too often. This is a 62 US Stereo OG, VG Plus $24.99. and Folk Songs and Dances of Iran. That is with the insert from Folkways Records 1960 EX 1299. Yes, you did get UFO. Yes, you did. Our next Japanese pressing is Madonna, Like a Virgin, and this is near mint minus and pristine. This is in shrink. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful copy. There's the insert. There's the insert. That is in shrink with Obi, $35. Amenities, you've been on the Eagles. Miles Davis is officially sold, and Miles Davis is sold to Doug Jeppesen for $32. Let's tag that. Jeff Brent, you did get the UFO record. That is very, very true. Very, very true. Yes. Yes, it is. Let me find this cone in here. All right. There's that. There's that. I got to get a stack of these going. I need to go get some more cassettes so we can officially say we've showed all these. But first, let me show two more records out of here. I'm liking this crate. Jimmy Smith at the organ. Look at that cover. Amazing. For 1958, a U.S. Deep Groove Mono EX, $44.99. EX, $44.99. And Way Wiley Hubbard co-starring VG Plus, $14.99. Ringo, Chris Robinson, Aaron Lee, Tess Jean, Tyler Bryan and the Shakedown, Larkin Poe, etc. Next auction is going to go up right now. Marilyn Manson. Oh boy. He just announced he's coming to Nashville. Portrait of American Family. An unofficial 2020 on green vinyl with the insert. So this is very difficult to get an OG of. Very rare. Hundreds of dollars. This is a bootleg. Still plays very well. Sometimes people think bootleg and it's going to be like, it sounds like it's underwater. Usually these modern type bootlegs are CD boots and they sound really good. $35 start. Doug Jeppesen on Jimmy Smith, that's sold to him. The Eagles over here is sold to Amenities for $60. Let's get that in a new sleeve. Madonna's a $35 start. That's going to once and going to twice. Clay Mullins on the Ray Wiley Hubbard. I've always known him from the song Snake Farm. That's sold to Clay Mullins. That was like I don't know, I just heard that song a lot, I guess up in college mostly. Snake Farm. Marilyn Manson's at $45. And let me see what I have over here in cassettes. Trying to show the last of these. All right, that's good. And then I've got a bunch of blank ones we're going to sell as a lot. All right, let me grab all these. And that. And here. Okay, I think the rest of those are all blank. And we're good to go, almost. Okay, so these are all $6.99. Should be some cool stuff in here like this. Zach Sabbath, Doom Forever, sealed. Zach Sabbath, sealed. That's $6.99. The Tragically Hip, Trouble at the Hen House, a promo cassette for Tragically Hip. John Lee Hooker, Mr. Lucky. This older one here, McDonald and Giles, and it's in a snap case. And then we have Jeff Beck Wired. Jeff Beck Wired. Those are all $6.99. Okay, let's put up another Conan magazine. These are $10 starts. I've got a bunch of them over here. This one looks pretty cool here. This is Savage Tales featuring Conan the Barbarian. February, issue number 3, $10 start. $10 start. Should be, what year are these? 1973. February of 1973. Savage Tales featuring Conan. Cool stuff there. $10 start. That's now up for bid. All right? Let me keep this right over here. Let's put this. Give me 1 second. I think I'm going to put these Conans in new sleeves. I just don't like having stuff in old, dingy sleeves. Never made sense to me. If you're all going to buy this, like records. We spent a fortune reboarding and bagging everything, but I feel like if you're going to get something, it needs to be in a nice, brand new protective, if we have it to put it in. Okay, let's keep going here. First thing is this. We sold Jimmy Smith. Clay Mullins got Hubbard, okay? Madonna got a bid with Joe Salamo for 35. That may win it unless there's another bid. Marilyn Manson 40, Marilyn Manson 45, Marilyn Manson 50. Madonna got a new bid for 36, Carmen Schartiger. Marilyn Manson 50, Marilyn Manson 55. Justin for Jason's going up next. Marilyn Manson 60. Zach Sabbath is sold to Mark Stanley. And then Chris Frazier was next. 007 was next. He put Saw. I bet that was for Zach, maybe. Marilyn Manson 55. Tom Kelly next on Zach. Chris Frazier on John Lee Hooker. Madonna got a new bid for 38. Jeff Brinley next on Zach. Marilyn Manson 65. Edwin Riviera on Zach. Marilyn Manson 65. Joe Castillo on the Tragically Hip. Marilyn Manson 68. Marilyn Manson 70. Conan 15. And then we have Jeff Beck Wired. And then McDonald and Giles in a snap case. That's the only two left, McDonald and Giles and Jeff Beck. The first one was Zach Wild, which went to Mark Stanley. And then there was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 backup people on it, okay? Also over here, we have David D going fishing. David D is EX Condition $12.99. And Richard Thompson starring as Henry the Human Fly, a 73 white label promo, VG minus $14.99. And then Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, VG plus $14.99. So Madonna is up to one person. Joe Salamo has it for 38, which means Carmen Schartiger, you're out. The Marilyn Manson's at 73. And then Conan, this is with Matt Nichols at 15 sold. Matt, how about we bundle the rest and I'll sell them to you all in one lot, okay? Because at first you had one person putting up some competition and it doesn't look like too many more people are interested. So how about, Justin, give me 1 second and we'll put the rest up in one big lot. And they'll be about the same price per book, but you might can buy them all in one big lot and you'll probably be very happy, okay? First thing is this. We have Orchestra. Bella Bella, Soki Wangu, feels like a shot of vitamin D. That is the description from Paul. It feels like a shot of vitamin D. VG Plus, $14.99. Or is that the name of the album? No, VG Plus, $14.99. Marilyn Manson's at 75. And Madonna is sold to Joe Salamo for 38. Sold to Joe Salamo for $38, okay? There's that. Let's put that in a new sleeve. The Marilyn Manson bootleg, of course. Lots of activity. Clay Mullins has it for 80. Let's move that right over here, and let's go ahead and grab that Injustice for Jason. So this is a bootleg unofficial. It is a $50 start. They did these on red, teal, and silver, and it has a printed D-side. So what they've done is, and Justice for All album is notoriously known, infamously known for not having any bass. I think Lars literally went in there and said, Zhoop. I didn't really ever hear that when I first listened to the album, but that's always been the thing. But if you do listen to this, they've basically remixed it and turned up the bass. It's an unofficial release of it. Sealed $50 start, okay? Sealed $50 start. And Justice for Jason. That's now up for bid, okay? Also over here, we have Eagles, their greatest hits, 71 to 75. VG minus $11.99. And the Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, a 67 mono OG. The top seam is split, $14.99, okay? And then over here, we have Marilyn Manson at 80. And then Metallica already has 4 $50 bids. That's probably going to keep us busy for a while. All right, so I have left 1, 2, 3. That's Vampire Tales. Let me pull those out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 Conan books, okay? 14 Conan books. There's 14 here. $115 start. $115 start. All very similar to what you've been buying. Awesome artwork, very readable, none destroyed, and none too minty where you're afraid to touch them. $115 for the Conan lot. There's 14 there. Okay, we left off with the following. Metallica, Jeff Brindley, Brandon, Sean, and Robert all bid 50. Marilyn Manson, A2. Sean Miller also bid 50. Then he bid 55. Craig Rutherford got Sgt. Pepper's. Metallica got a new bid for 70. Robo, you bought, were second on Beatles. Did I miss Eric Singer Project? You have not. Metallica 80. DK Evans, third on the Beatles. Justice 75 and Justice 85. Okay, a lot of Conan the Barbarian magazines. $115 start. Joe Williams, Worth Waiting For. That's VG Plus $14.99. And The Illusion. The Illusion is VG Plus $14.99. Roy Ayers, Fever. That's VG $9.99. And by the way, that breaks down to at $115, which he's already bid. That breaks down to right now at $8.21 a piece, which I figured most of them, if I sold them individually, would sell for twice that much. So I bet Matt is very fortunate that I've decided to sell these as a lot. He has them at $115, going once, going twice. The Majustice is at $100, and the Marilyn Manson, the last bid I sell on that, don't want to lose that one. I got Ken Granger at $82. Eric Van Leuven on The Illusion, that is sold. And we have Linfield Pioneers. Yeah, Linfield Pioneers, free popcorn. Popcorn. 1999 indie experimental record, VG Plus $11.99. Roy Ayers is sold to Bernie Johnson. And Paul just delivered yet another crate. Awesome. So this is Metallica and Justice for Jason. It's an unofficial. They did these in 2024, this last run. Now, these are supposed to be blocked on Discogs and supposed to be blocked on eBay. So they're typically not too easy to obtain. These are no more, no less. So this is sealed, and it's on one of 3 colors, okay? You don't know till you open it, but it will be on colored vinyl. Marilyn Manson has a new bid for 83, Justice at 100, and final call on the Conan lot for 115. Yes, these are sticker price, no more, no less. We have Carl Carlton, VG Plus $14.99. He's Disco Funk. And we have McCoy Tyner Trident, EX $22.99. Thank you.
Some pretty high-end, like, soul and funk records.
High-end soul and funk coming up next.
A few high-end ones.
Awesome.
Yeah.
You'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah.
Don't know if I'll see you or not. I always say that I do, and I'm never here.
I have a huge stack of records that I need to buy.
Okay. Okay.
You know,
Okay.
money, whatever.
Yeah. I'm either going to, like, go to dinner and then come back and do a sale, or I'm going to come here and do a sale, and, you know, one of my 2 things.
I'll be
So.
here from one time to another.
Yeah, I'll be here from either there or then, or I could be there from those to that time.
Same.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Paul. We have Chris Bachek and McCoy Tyner. Justice is at 115. Marilyn Manson, Ken Granger's out. Clay Mullen. So basically, me and Paul don't know when we're going to be here tomorrow or if we're going to see each other. But that's what we're doing, okay? The Conan lot is sold for $115 to Matt Nichols. And thank you. Now, the other ones I have over here are Vampire Tales and I think Dracula. And those are definitely worthy of an individual auction. So thank you on that. And here we go. Justice is at 115. Brandon Jones, you're out. And we're about to sell Marilyn Manson. Clay Mullins, $83. Sunday is usually our about the only time I really get to see Paul, and so I try to be here. But also, Sunday's also my only day off, even though this has been a holiday. But I still feel like I worked technically on Christmas because I kind of did. So I don't know. I need to go do some shopping. I need to. I'm behind on my Lego buying. There's a couple new Lego sets out, and I'm like, man, I got to get to Nashville to the Lego store at the mall. There's a couple new ones out. I was like, I got to go get these. I like buying them in person. Their shipping department's pretty good. I think it's kind of like y'all. Y'all know, like with us, you're going to get really good shipping and packing. You don't have to worry about anything getting damaged. But, you know, with like a big company, I'm like, if I can just go buy it in person, I will. You know, that's why I've always told our shipping department, we want people to know that their stuff's going to get there very securely. Because if you're like me, you usually might want to buy something in person, but if you can see it here live and you're looking at it, when it's delivered to you, I want it in this condition. We do all this work. We got to go out and buy them, bring them here, sort them, clean them, price them, tag them, sell them, list them, do this, that. And for it to get to your house and it's damaged, oh, that just makes me want to go puke. So if you're kind of like me, it's like, well, I'm either going to buy with somebody that I know is packing professionally, or I can go get it in person. So let it be. The Beatles UK Flag Series is a $35 star. Justice is at $130. Let's keep going. He said the next crate has a lot of cool, rare soul, funk, sock. Symphonic Rock, The Next World. I remember this record. Symphonic Rock, The Next World. I think I listened to it one night. Yeah, 1973, U.S. promo only. VG Plus, $14.99. And Lawrence Hammond, Coyote's Dream. That's in VG condition, $9.99. We got lots of stuff to auction. Holy moly, here's the Beatles. This is the Beatles Magical Mystery Tour. A 1971 U.S. reissue with book. The bottom seam is split, $14.99, okay? Over here, Marilyn Manson is sold to Clay Mullins for $83. $83 on that. Oh, yeah. Well, Amazon uses like a algorithm, so sometimes they just put it in a big box without packing materials. So, yeah, you got to watch that. Buy from Collecco. We like, I mean, we make sure it's like with sleeves. I mean, we try to take the extra step for everything here. I got to keep y'all back here and buying every single night, and we got to get new and buyers every single night, and we got to keep all of our long-time customers happy every single night, or then I start having anxiety, and then I start breathing heavily, and then I have to go. Okay, here is Cake, Showroom of Compassion. Cake is a 2011 USOG, 6 7-inch singles. Each one is on a different color. Cake is a $35 start. $35 start on that. Amenities wants Next World. I don't think I've pulled that yet, have I? Or have I? Amenities wanted Next World. Next World. Have I pulled that yet? Next World. I don't think I have. No, it's right here. Sold to Amenities. The Beatles is at $35. Justice is at $150. And now the Beatles is at $40. And then Cake is at $35.40. So right now, 3 auctions. And Justice for Jason is at $150. The Beatles is at $36, now $40 with Mark Weiss, and Cake is at $45. This is a new arrival crates. These are all sticker price. Rhinoceros, VG Plus, $14.99. And the Hombres, let it out, let it all hang out. VG $9.99 for the Hombres, and Lifeline, Roy Ayers, Ubiquity, VG minus $9.99. $9.99, but it is VG minus, okay? Over here, we need to pull up DoorDash, and I have Daryl Hall and John Oates bigger than both of us. That's in VG Plus, $11.99. I have Frank Sinatra and Bono. It's a single, Stay, Far Away So Close. That's a cassette single, $6.99 on that one. How much, Chad? Just $6.99. You've got to be kidding. No, I'm not. We have King Crimson. This is a 1978 U.S. reissue. The top seam, unfortunately, though, is split. That is VG Plus, $19.99 on that one. 101 Short Street. Chicken, cheese, and steak, chicken, cheese, and rice. Delivery fee, tax, tip, cheese dip, $34.35, place order. We have The Seeds, A Web of Sound, VG Plus, $49.99. One second. Okay, so Moog, the Electrics of Dick Hyman, VG, $9.99. Metallica's at $160. Cake is at $50, and the Beatles is at $41, and that's with Kristen Start, okay? So that's where we're at right now. And Justice for Jason, Metallica is at $160, and the Beatles is at $41 with Kristen Start, and then you have Cake. And Cake is at $50 with Melanie Clausen. That's where we're at on all 3 auctions right now. Over here we have George Duke, Follow the Rainbow. George Duke is VG Plus $14.99. And Pink Floyd, Uma Guma, VG minus $14.99. Cake has a new bid for $51. The Doors, a 67 U.S. stereo. G condition though, but finally, Every time I look at one of these, it's not the first label. Those have always been tough to get. $9.99 on that. The electric Vince Guaraldi. Wow, Vince Guaraldi. EX $27.99 on that. And we have Jazz Samba, Stan Getz and Charlie Bird, VG Plus, $14.99. I've always said this about Amazon. I'm very honest about it. Most of the time on new vinyl, we can't beat Amazon's prices. Maybe on music on vinyl or imports, we can sometimes match them, but a lot of stuff, I've always told people for years, you just can't compete with Amazon on new vinyl far as their pricing. But what I can compete with them on is customer service, entertainment here every night, fact that you're buying from a small business, quality control, etc., etc. So, but yeah, they're a monster when it comes to buying wholesale for these new titles. It's just no small record store can compete with that. They're buying stuff probably in literally pallets and millions of units and stuff. But I've always said, you might pay a $3 to $8 premium on a new LP and actually have to pay list price, but you know what you're getting with us, though. You know what you're getting with us. Okay, so Mitch T on VG, and that was for Vince Guaraldi. Thank you on that one. The next thing was Larry Gonzalez on the Doors. Cake is at 55. Chris Knapp next on Vince Guaraldi. Sean Miller next on Vince. Cake is at 56, okay? So the Moog synthesizer, the electrics of Dick Hyman, that is VG $9.99. Not to mention Amazon has never fired Seth. No, they probably never would hire him. They probably never would hire him. Who has Metallic over here? Seth would be like, yeah, I have a doctorate degree in medicine, University of Tennessee, blah, blah, blah. And they'd be like, you don't impress me much. They'd pull a Shania Twain on them. They'd be like, you don't impress me much. Brandon Jones has this for 160. Who was the backup bidder? Jeff Brinley. Jeff, have you set out on this? He has set out. This is sold to Brandon Jones for $160. All right, that's sold for $160. The last bit on the Beatles, this Japanese pressing, it's a near mint minus and pristine, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Dun, 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 I find myself in who has the high bid? Mark V's bid, $45. I think he has the high bid. Let it be. Bomb, bomb, bomb. I think he has the high bid at $45. I don't see any other one bidding. Mark V's has the bid at $45. Dun, dun, dun. Now Kristen Starr has the bid at $46. Okay, Cake is sealed, and the last bid was Glenn at $56. The Beatles, $46. Cake, $56. 46, 56, 46, 56, 46, 56. J Nutra, Moog, the electrics of Dick Hyman. This is VG condition, $9.99. Cake is a 2011 OG US box set. Sealed. Okay? And then the Hombres, let it out, let it all hang out. That is VG $11.99. J Nutra gets Moog, okay? Let's read through these again quickly. Okay, Beatles 50, Beatles 51. Let me make sure I've gone through all the cassettes. I'm going to lay this down before it falls and self-explodes and then Colectco blows up and then I'm dead. So before that happens, let me show a few more cassettes. Boom, boom, boom. Shoobity bop. And we're good to go. These are $6. It's only took me 2 hours to read through 50 cassettes. These are $6.99. We have the Dogs d'Amour. The Dogs d'Amour, something, something. Speak of the Devil, the Santanics. Hip Hop, the Old School, Live, Volume 1. Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow, and Eric Clapton, From the Cradle. Those are all $6.99. Dick Hyman has left the building. The Beatles is at 55 and Cake is at 60, okay? Cake is at 60. Let's put up another auction. Here's some of the advertised records I still have. The Rolling Stones, Talking Heads, Beatles, Rolling Stones, Foo Fighters, Hellstar, is that what that says? Led Zeppelin, Blue Cheer, Gaskin, Black Sabbath, Deonte, Whitesnake, Abattoir, Yesterday Day, Clash, Ode in the Way, Wild Dogs, Ravage, Chastain, Freddie Mercury, Something Else, more records. That's a record. I have another record for auction, another record for auction, more records, other records, and Rollerball. There's been about 350,000 requests for Rollerball. The original soundtrack recording to Rollerball. This is a 75 USOG EX condition, a $15,000 start. I mean $15 start. That is now up for bid, okay? $15 start on Rollerball. Oh my gosh. I use Amazon almost every, well, we use it several times a week, but not for vinyl. Buy from Collectibles. You're now being brainwashed. Buy from Collectibles. Buy from Collectibles. Okay. So, what I'm going to do is drink some blue juice. Let me get this good mixed up. It's almost settled. Some of the ice is melted. All right, nothing like a good bottle of washer fluid with a couple scoops of sugar. This is Windex with sugar. All right, so here's another cassette. Volume 1 and Volume 2 together. Led Zeppelin, the song remains the same. Here we go. I have Rollerball at 15. Rollerball at 15. Bob Panozniak wants the Hombres. Rollerball at 17. Samson's already sold. Kristen's at 56 on the Beatles. Kristen, the Beatles box set already sold. You missed it. You've already missed it. It sold for $250. Rollerball at 18. Jim B gets the rare and very expensive hip-hop cassette. Jim B gets the $300 hip-hop cassette for $6.99. Okay? Can you tell me what's in the Japanese bin? Can you put up more Japanese records? And then somebody said, I am here to bid on Japanese. What do you have? Mortgage Guy Rob gets Led Zeppelin. Rollerball has a new bid for 20. Rollerball has a new bid for 20. Mark Stanley second on Led Zeppelin. Zepp Price already sold. Amenities was fourth. The Beatles got a new bid for 57. Rollerball has a new bid for 20. And then Beatles out, Rollerball 21. Now, these are some very busy, high-octane. This is like when you go to the pump and you get the unleaded stuff, the high-octane, the 90 whatever. This is cake. This is sealed. There's been between 200 and 300 different bidders on this. And it's taken every bit of my brain power and vision to decipher through all these comments, all the chats, all the questions, all the concerns, all the statements to figure out who has the high bid on this. Pickle has this at $60. Cake is at $60 with Pickle. Cake is at $60 with Pickle. Now, if you have already bid higher or you think you're in higher, then blame it on that there's 3,000 chats tonight, okay? This is at $60 with Pickle. Rollerball is at $26 with Mega Blast. Now it's at $28 with Joe Salamo. Kristen Starr, it's out on the Beatles. That's after Mark Weiss bid $57. Going once, going twice on Cake and the Beatles, and Rollerball is still getting bids. I'm going to read through all the cassettes in just 1 second. Miles Davis, Kind of Blue, a 1977 press, EX $37.99. Rastus, VG Plus $14.99. Exotic Music of the Near East, EX $12.99. Bad But Beautiful Eartha Kitt, VG Plus $24.99. Folk Songs and Dances of Iran, EX $12.99. David D. Going Fishing, EX $12.99. Richard Thompson, VG minus $14.99. The Charlie Daniels Band, Fire on the Mountain, VG plus $14.99. The Beatles is officially sold to Mark Weiss for $57. Sold to Mark Weiss for $57. I've got so many Beatles records over here in Japanese pressings. David, your head's going to spin. Hopefully you hadn't already taken your nightly sleeping pill. You should have, like I said earlier, taken an upper, an Adderall, some sort of illegal drug even. Cake is sold to Pickle for $60. There we have one more question on Rollerball. This is a 1975 USOG EX on the vinyl and a VG Plus cover. David Dole has it for $30. Miles Davis was EX $37.99. That's a 1977 press. Not bad whatsoever. 77 press. Orchestra Bella Bella. Feels like a shot of vitamin D. VG plus $14.99. Eagles Greatest Hits. VG minus $11.99. Joe Williams, Worth Waiting For. VG plus $14.99. Rollerballs at $30. Our next Japanese pressing is this. The next Japanese pressing is this. Robin Trower, Long Misty Days. Don't recall seeing this one too often. Robin Trower, a $35 start, near mint minus and pristine. Insert, cover, and obi. Let's also do another 7-inch box set. And that next 7-inch box set is the Smashing Pumpkins. Tear Garden by Kaleidoscope Volume 1. 5 new tracks, deluxe vinyl single, 4-song EP CD. A 2010 USOG limited edition box set. 7-inch single on blue marble vinyl, a CD, and a hand-carved stone obelisk. Sealed, $95 start on that one. First thing is this. We have Eric Singer Project on deck. Robin Trower, 35. Rollerball out. This is Linfield Pioneers Free Popcorn. VG Plus $11.99. Carl Carlton, VG Plus $14.99. Lawrence Hammond, Coyote's Dream, VG $9.99. The Beatles Magical Mystery Tour, a 71 US reissue with book. The bottom seam is split. VG $14.99. Rhinoceros, VG plus $14.99. Smashing Pumpkins has a bid for $100. Lifeline Roy Ayers, VG minus $9.99. Hall & Oates Bigger Than Both of Us, VG plus $11.99. King Crimson's VG plus $19.99. And The Seeds, A Web of Sound, VG plus $49.99. Rollerball is sold for $30. Rollerball is sold to David Dole for $30. Let's put that right in here. That is sold for $30. Boom. Robin Trower, Long Misty Days, has one bid for $35. That is a final call. And Smashing Pumpkins is at $120. Amenities, you've been outbid. Over here, we have George Duke, Fall of the Rainbow, VG plus $14.99. Pink Floyd Uma Guma, VG minus $14.99. And Jazz Samba, Getz and Bird, VG plus $14.99. Our next auction, without further ado, we had something called the something and then something else. I'm trying to figure out what that is. It's called the something and then something else. Eric Singer Project. Now, I read through almost everything earlier, and evidently there's a record in this crate called the Eric Singer Project. Okay? Eric Singer Project. I have flipped through everything. I don't see the Eric Singer. I have found the Eric Singer Project. Here we go. This is very much a Kiss-related record. Singer, Kulick, Karabi, Cochran. A 2018 U.S. reissue, limited edition clear vinyl. Out of print ever since. Ace Frehley plays lead guitar on Foxy Lady. This is a $95 start. Smashing Pumpkins is sold to Kelly Vlodarchek for $120. Paula on Magical Mysteries Tour, Step Right This Way, and then Robin Trower is sold to Jay Nutra for $35. All right, these are all sticker price. We're about to go through another crate of sticker price, new stuff that Paul marked today. And then that will be the final one of the night. And then we'll be in discount mode, $6.99, etc., etc. Okay, there's that. And let's put up some other stuff. Let me go purge the last of the cassettes we have, which is mostly this tray. See, those are blanks. That's something sealed. That's a blank. Okay. I'm going to sell all these together here. All right. I have an auction lot. I have these Elvis cassettes and the tray that they're in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's a $20 start. Elvis cassettes and the tray they're in. Frank Sinatra is $6.99. And then the Beat Nuts, Watch Out Now, sealed, $6.99 on that. Okay. ESP, a $95 start, no bid yet. Isn't that what I said? Make sure I get that right. $95 start. Okay. $95 start. The Beat Nuts is sold to Mega Blast. The Elvis Presley lot, a $20 start. Let's go through another new crate. Okay. And then it's only 9 o'clock. We'll be doing the discount till Jim B is literally like having to call an ambulance. He's going to be going, oh my gosh, I can't take this anymore. And like his family have to come in and literally confiscate his phone and TV and all devices because he can't stop watching Collecco. He's like locked in. And they're like, Jim B, you've been up there watching Chad for 8 hours every single night for the last 3 years. I've had enough of this. ESP, $95. Elvis is at $20. Elvis is at $21. And let's grab another. And this time, a Japanese pressing. And this is a Japanese pressing of the following. And when I say a Japanese pressing, I mean it was manufactured in Japan with Japanese quality. And here it is. Styx, Kilroy was here. This is near mint minus and pristine. The vinyl honestly couldn't get any better. If it did, it would probably just blow up. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. That's a $35 start. If I can get all this in on the same screen here. There we go. Here we go. I just got a notification. Your DoorDash order was dropped off. So I better go up there and grab that off the porch in just a second before some vagabond grabs it like Aqualung and starts running down the road with it. JoJo Zepp and the Falcons, Screaming Targets, $9.99. So Sexy, Sidney Joe Qualls, a 1979 USOG Funk Soul, $39.99. Spoons, Bridges Over Borders, an 86 Pop Rock promo, $9.99. And we have Batista, The Heat of the Wind. Batista is a 78 Jazz Funk, $14.99. Okay. Next thing is Elvis at $20. Elvis at $21. Elvis at $22. The Styx is Kilroy Was Here. ESP has one bid for $95. I'm about to sell it. Hey, Chad, my buddy sent me a picture of your Funko post. I'll take Travis Kelce if it's still available. Put down Butters 8871 for a Travis Kelce Funko. I still have them. Any more cassettes like the Beat Nuts and Rap Hip Hop for Mega Blast and me? Maybe, maybe not. We have S at 15. If that's for Styx, the minimum bid is $35 on Styx. And then Melanie Jennings on Batista. So to Melanie Jennings. David Jennings was second. That guy was also a wrestler. Batista. We have Connie Crother's Perception. That's a 76 US, $14.99. And we have Between Nothingness and Eternity, Mahavishnu Orchestra Live. This is ESP, Eric Singer Project. Singer, Kulik, Karabi, Cochran. One bid, $95, final call. All these Elvis cassettes and the wooden tray is a final call, and that's with Tom Kelly at $22. The ESP's on limited edition clear vinyl, a 2018. 2018 limited edition clear vinyl. Over here, Styx is at $36. Malice in Wonderland, Pace Ashton Lord, EX, $12.99. Sticks 37, Sticks 36, Sticks 37. What are the Elvis titles? Elvis TV Special, Elvis Christmas Album, Elvis Love Me Tender, Elvis NBC TV Special, Elvis Inspirations, Elvis Worldwide Gold Hits 1 and 2, Elvis I Got a Woman, Elvis Gold Records Volume 5, Elvis Collector's Gold, Elvis If Every Day Was Like Christmas, Elvis Hits from His Movies. Also, we have Gemini Suite, John Lord, featuring Ian Pace, Roger Glover, a white label promo, VG Plus $14.99. Possibly after at least 5 people have asked the details on ESP, a lot of people's doing lots of searching, research. They've wrote papers, they've conducted speeches, surveys, and studies. We have a bid on ESP for $96, and Jeff Brindley, you've been outbid, and another bid for $96. There's also been several questions on Elvis. We're about to sell them, though. We're making sure Fairlane Dave doesn't want to bid. Tom Kelly has it for $22. There also is several bids on Sticks. Kevin LeBady has it right now for $40. ESP's at $100. It's going to take about $125 to $150 to win this auction. If one of y'all want to go ahead and bid that, it will probably win it. I'll leave it up to y'all, though. Basie and Zoot. EX, $12.99 for Basie and Zoot. Larry Santos, Just a Man. A 1969 U.S. Soul Rock Sock, EX, $22.99. And Alice Coltrane, Carlos Santana, Illuminations, VG Plus, $14.99. These Elvis cassettes are officially sold, and these are sold to Tom Kelly for the winning bid of $22, okay? Let's tag those for him. We have ESP at $110, and Sticks is at $45. Let me go lay these in here. We're going to start a pile over here. We got quite a bit of miscellaneous stuff. Let me move some of these sticky notes. I got sticky notes over here up the yin-yang. Oh my gosh, this is like 20 hours of me ordering stuff for waiting list tonight. I've got work on top of work, work on top of work, work on top of work, no days off. You can't. Impossible. There'd be a lot of angry people. One day off would probably equivalent to 2,000 to 3,000 angry people at Chad. And then I eventually get kidnapped. We have Donald Byrd, thank you for funking up my life. VG Plus, $14.99. ESP's at $110. Victor Guerra or Michael Hamburg, I'm telling you right now, 125, 150 is probably going to win the auction. It's at 110. It's up to y'all, though. Sticks, Kilroy was here. Shane Lanedote has that for 45. Kevin's out. Danny Thomason on Santana with Coltrane. That's sold. And then we have the Savage Rose, Refugee, VG Plus $14.99, and Ramp, Come Into Knowledge, a 1977 U.S. OG Jazz Funk. Roy Ayers plays on here, produced by Roy Ayers. He may not play on here. It says produced by Roy Ayers. $199.99. Ramp, Come Into Knowledge is $199.99. I have our next auction. I have a lot of blank, brand new sealed cassettes. These are perfect for making wrist mixtapes. This is perfect for making mixtapes to hand out to your friends at school. So when you're in the cafeteria, you can be like, hey man, I made this mixtape for you last night. It's got some cool stuff. These are all sealed, TDX. What's the other one here? This is Sony, Memorex. How many total do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, I guess. $15 start. $15 start. Next is Ryan Mashaka on Bird. That's sold to Ryan Mashaka. And then over here we have Foreigner 4, EX $17.99. And we have Barbara's. Barbara's is a 1972 funk prog album, EX $22.99. ESP is sold to Jeff Brindley for $110. See? $125 would have won the auction. Sold to him, though, for $110. That's done. And then Sticks is officially sold, and Sticks is sold to Shane Lanedote for $45. That is sold. Shane Lando, $45. Boy, do we have a lot of cool stuff to auction. Holy moly. All right, the tapes, the blank tapes right now is at $15. Perfect for making mixtapes and handing them out at the cafeteria to all your friends. What is ESP? It's already sold. And then Bernie Johnson said done. And done was for what record? And then Chad, the Miles Davis from the last crate, was it Kind of Blue or Birth of Blue? It should have been Kind of Blue. I'm yelling at my TV so much, I'm sure you've missed a bunch of stuff. I'm yelling at my TV, Chad, go get your food. The homeless are feasting. It's cold by now. I had it for over 95 for 5 minutes. And let's pause right there. Yeah, I'm not going to eat this food is going to be ate at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. tonight. I just had to order it because the Mexican restaurants, they're not open at 3 a.m., but they're open at least until 8, 9, 10 o'clock. So I have to order it, and then I have to warm it up at 4 a.m. after I'm off work, sort of. Boy, it's loud out here in Lebanon tonight. Golly. Loud out here in Lebanon. All righty. Holy moly, folks. I got rice with cheese and queso and chips and dip and steak rice. Whew. A lot going on. Mistake, John LaRocca said sold, and he's talking about the Miles Davis from the last crate. That was the Kind of Blue. Let's find that for him. Yeah, that was the classic jazz album, a 77 US. Yep. This is sold to John LaRocca. Okay. The tapes has a new bid for $16. John Durden, you've been outbid. Okay, those are at $16. We're good to go right after I put up some more auctions. In the Japanese bin, I have Duran Duran, Journey, Thunder. I don't know what this is. The Beatles, Duran Duran, Deep Purple, Grease, Duran Duran, Culture Club, Rod Stewart, Hall & Oates, Chicago, Eric Clapton, Saturday Night Fever, ABBA, Led Zeppelin, Simon & Garfunkel, Miles Davis, John Williams, and Grand Funk Live. Let's see what this John Williams is. John Williams Symphonic Orchestra Suites of Star Wars, Close Encounters. That's pretty cool. And it has the Obi. It's just not on the cover. Something John Williams Symphonic Orchestra. Sounds pretty cool. $35 start. This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. Near Mint Minus and Pristine. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. There's John Williams. Man, he looked, I mean, this isn't like a negative comment, but he looked kind of old 50 years ago, and the man's still alive. He's in his 90s. I mean, all that footage I see of him like conducting Star Wars back 50 years ago, he looked kind of older back then, and he's still alive. So it's amazing. $35. And boy, talk about an expensive autograph. Oh my gosh. I've been trying to track one down on an album jacket for a couple years now for less than $1,000. You can't. They're all $2,000, $3,000 plus. Born Again. This is J.J. Barnes, $149.99, a 1973 Northern Soul legend. J.J. Barnes, Born Again, $149.99. And then Jimmy Barnes, a gold stamp promo, EX $12.99. We have Terre Haute Santa Maria on Ramp and Condition. Ramp, Coming to Knowledge, is a 1977 US OG Jazz Funk. I don't have a pressing plant for you. $199.99. Ramp, Coming to Knowledge. I don't see a mark on this one either. There's an SX. I bet these in really high grade sell for twice as much. It has an A. I don't really see a one on there. Okay, these cassette tapes are sold to Rick Maggers for $16. Let's put this over here. And boom, 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 boom. And let's put these right over here. Okay, there's that. And then let's grab another auction. And let's do one from the advertised selection over here, which is going to be this right here. Let's do The Clash, London Calling. The Clash, London Calling is a 1980 US Terre Haute OG, original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. This is going to go up for a $30 start. Also, the gifted ones, Dizzy Gillespie, Count Basie, Ray Brown, and Mickey Roker, a 79 US VG minus $9.99. Gary Bartz, a 1975 USOG VG plus condition, $174.99. Gary Bartz. Santana Caravansari, VG with a complimentary not for sale, VG $9.99. The Adventures of Captain Sky, a 78 Disco Funk, VG $9.99. Uncle Sam and his All Saved Muppet Band, and that's VG $9.99. What a scary looking record. VG $9.99. Okay, let's go ahead and put up another Japanese pressing. John Williams is a $35 start. Grand Funk is Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act. Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act. It's a double LP with the inner sleeves and the book. Gatefold jacket with Obi, a $35 start for Grand Funk Railroad, Caught in the Act, okay? John Williams, final call. This had some very interesting stuff in it. Very interesting. Some very rare soul funk, etc. This is for the curator of a collection looking for something very unusual, very bizarre, very interesting. JoJo Zepp and the Falcons, Screaming Targets, $9.99. So Sexy, Sidney Joe Coils, a 79 USOG Funk Soul, $39.99. Danny Thomas on Muppet. Grand Funk 3535 Cordy, Clash 1 bid 30, and then John Williams is a buy it now for $35. John Williams Symphonic Orchestra Suites, $35 buy it now on that. All right, let me put that away. Now I'm about to recap all the cassettes that's left over here. But first, Grand Funk is already at 50. Clash is about to sell, and I'm going to read through these. Spoons, Bridges Over Borders, $9.99. Connie Cawthor's Perception, 1976 US, $14.99. Mahavishnu Orchestra, Between Nothingness and Eternity, VG $9.99. Malice in Wonderland, Pace Ashton Lord, Members of Deep Purple, EX $12.99. Another John Lord with Ian Pace, Roger Glover, Tony Ashton. A white label promo, VG Plus, $14.99. Basie and Zoot, EX $12.99. Larry Santos, Just a Man, a 69 US Soul Rock Psych album, EX $22.99. The Savage Rose, Refugee, VG Plus, $14.99. Foreigner 4, Jukebox Hero, EX $17.99. Barabbas, a 72 US Funk Prog album, EX $22.99. And Born Again, J.J. Barnes, 1973, VG Plus, $149.99. I've had that record before. The Clash is sold to Shane Lanedope for $30. I'll go over the no bids in just a second as well. We got a lot to sell tonight, though. Holy moly. The record flattener's going off in the back. That means another record's been successfully flattened. Jimmy Barnes is EX $12.99. We have Ramp, Come Into Knowledge, $199.99. The gifted ones, Dizzy Gillespie, Count Basie, VG minus $9.99. Gary Bartz, $174.99. Santana Caravansari, VG $9.99. And The Adventures of Captain Sky, a 78 Disco Funk, VG $9.99. Next auction is the Rolling Stone Sticky Fingers. Nice. A classic album. Another Andy Warhol design. The original zipper cover, a 71 US Monarch. Not bad at VG Plus. It really just has the zipper marks on it. So about every copy is going to have this. I don't think you can not have a copy with that on it. I'm sure I have seen hundreds of these. Never have seen one that doesn't have zipper marks on it. VG Plus, 71 Monarch. Not a bad jacket. It does have a little bit of wear and tear up here. $30 start for Sticky Fingers. Grand Funk is tied at 56. Now it's at 57. Okay. And if anybody else wants anything in here or more information, let me know. All these cassettes are $6.99. What doesn't sell is about to be put up into a bundle lot, okay? We have TV Tunes, the commercials, the best of Dwayne Allman, Lou Reed, Rock and Roll Animal, Little Feat, Waiting for Columbus, Fleetwood Mac, the best of British rock. This is sealed. Joe Satriani is sold. Joe Satriani is sold to Cindy Yarborough. She just claimed that one. Pam Murray gets JoJo Zepp. Grand Funk has a bid for 60, Rolling Stones 30. The Grateful Dead, In the Dark. Jefferson Airplane, Takes Off, sealed. The Story of the Rolling Stones and Stray Cats, Blast Off, sealed with hop sticker, $6.99. We have Frank Sinatra, Greatest Hits Volume 1, Eric Clapton, From the Cradle, Jeff Beck, Blow by Blow, Speak of the Devil, The Santanics, The Dogs, D or More. This was the Dynamite Jet Saloon. And then Stay, that's a cassette single, Bono and U2 with Frank Sinatra. Okay, let me pause right there and say that Grand Funk was at 57. Cindy got Satriani. Grand Funk is at 60. Rolling Stones 30. What is a Zipper Mark? Rick Maggers put OF and then Little Feat. I think he meant to put LF for Little Feat. Rick Maggers gets Little Feat, Waiting for Columbus. Victor Guerra gets Speak of the Devil. That's sold to Victor Guerra. Trace McFadden on the Dwayne Allman. Thank you on that. And then we have Stray Cats, which was sealed, and that is sold to Josh Brown. Okay, also for $6.99, we have Jeff Beck Wired, McDonald and Giles in that original snap case. Up the Creek soundtrack, Leonard Skinner Live, and the Allman Brothers at the Fillmore, and that's a 2-in-1. Grand Funk's at 61, and the Rolling Stones has one bid for 30. So this album originally came with a zipper design, right? The way these were shipped and the way they have been stored over the years, the zipper has caused impressions in on the record that's pretty much, you can't fix them. So, I mean, it doesn't really cause damage. It's just an ugly looking mark. You can just see, like, see that little spot on the vinyl? That's probably where this literally laid with, imagine 20 more records, 20 pounds of records laying on top of this, and it pretty much just dents the grooves, automatically making these VG+. So if you ever see someone saying they have a near mint minus copy of one of these, ask them to show you pictures or videos, because it's nearly impossible to find something like this particular record that looks like that. I mean, nearly impossible on that one. So George Scherer got Lou Reed. That sold to George Scherer for $6.99. Over here is Rolling Stones at 35. And then George Scherer got the Allman Brothers. And Susie Breedlove wants Leonard Skinner. Okay? Anybody else? Grand Funk over here is sold to David Johnson for $61. $61. Let's tag that and put that in a new bag. All right. So one in VG Plus that looks like this, I would say that's actually a nicer copy. Sean Miller has it for $35. Joe DeGaldo, you're out. Okay. Next is the leftover cassettes. Hope everybody's done picking them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. $20 start for the 12 that's left. $20 start. Okay. Those are now up for bid. And let's grab another new crate. Next crate's going to be buy it now or best offer. And we need more new auctions. Here we go. Here we go. $20 for the rest of the cassettes. Auction lot has commenced. I have condensed these with the other lot. Auction lot has commenced. Mark Fallon, Chad, check prior comments. Did JoJo Zapp album get claimed? No, but now it's part of this auction lot. Unless no one bids. Does the zipper affect playback? No, it does not. The no bids for tonight. Somebody else also asked. John Williams and Close Encounters of the Third Kind, $35. The Ramones, $875. Signed by Johnny, Tommy, Dee Dee, and Marky, $875. The Rolling Stones, Love You Live, $35. Footloose, $35. And the Beatles at the Hollywood Bowl, $35. Talking Heads sold for $475. The other one sold for $500. The only one left is the Ramones. And Mark Fallon, all you got to do is say, thanks, I'll take it. I'll sell it to you for $875. $875. One Talking Head sold for $475. The other sold for $500. Okay? Now, if you want to bid on the cassettes, make sure you put cassettes, $20. And if for some reason these do not get a bid, the Dogs D'Amore title was the Dynamic Jet Saloon. It did not have a claim after a couple read-throughs, so I was assuming nobody wanted it. It's right there. Or you can buy all of them for $20. That would be your best bet, whoever wanted one of that. Just buy them all. Then you get 11 extra cassettes to listen to for just a few dollars more. The Rolling Stones, I think we're done at $35. We're ready for a new crate. I think I've answered every question that has been hit on my screen. The Beatles at Hollywood Bowl, Footloose, the Rolling Stones, the Ramones, and John Williams. Danny said RSJ, $25. RSJ, Rolling Stones Jet Saloon. Rolling Stone Rough Smooth Jazz. RSJ, cassettes is at $20. Where's the Zipper LP at? It's right here. And the high bid is at $35. Sticky Fingers. All those zippers were manufactured here in Tennessee. Garth Brooks is still available. If you need to see the Ramones closer, let me know. What was the other thing? I'll take something from the I'll take So Sexy from the previous bin. You got it. That would be right over here. Have I answered everybody? If not, throw it at me. I will stop the show like I have right now to make sure we have answered everybody's questions and concerns. Otherwise, I'm probably going to have somebody mad at me because they think I'm ignoring them. This is sold to him. Okay? Cassettes have a bid for $20. Final call. The Rolling Stones has a new bid for $36. Okay? JoJo Zepp is already sold. Conditional Rolling Stones, price on LA Woman, Ramones Closer, offer on Led Zeppelin, offer on Ramones, request for Saturday Night Fever. First, let me take all these individually sold items and lay them in here. We're getting there. We're getting there. Let me go ahead and grab this next crate. Okay, all these cassettes are sold for $20 to Rick Maggers. Okay, let's take these in here. Okay. Now, I got to work my way down all these Japanese offers. I think there's all of a sudden been 3 offers on Japanese Rolling Stones. I think there's been 2 offers on Footloose. And now we have a request for Saturday Night Fever, Japanese. Let's do that one right now, since I'm over here next to it. This is Saturday Night Fever. It's a 2 LP Japanese pressing. Near mint minus and pristine. There is the inner sleeve. There is the cover and obi. $35 start. The Rolling Stones, Todd Saw, you're out. This is at $40. Sticky Fingers. $40 for Sticky Fingers. Fangers. Now it's at $50. Saturday Night Fever is a $35 start. The Rolling Stones is a 1971 OG Monarch VG Plus condition. Really, I'm going to say really nice for most of what I see. Saturday Night Fever is a $35 start. David Johnson said, Chad, I'm about to have a conniption fit and freak out on you if you don't put up Simon and Garfunkel. Saturday Night Fever already has a bid for $40. Now, over here, we had offers on some of these Japanese pressings. The Beatles was $35. Footloose, we had an offer for $25. Sell this to Joe DeGato for $25. The Stones had an offer for $25, and then somebody said they would take it for $35. Danny, you've got dibs if you want this for $35. If not, it's sold to Susie Breedlove. And now let's show Mark Fallon the Ramones up and close, okay? This is the Ramones. They're 1978. It is signed by Dee Dee Ramone, Marky Ramone, Johnny Ramone, and Tommy Ramone. It's all four signed. This actual record is a 1978 Jacksonville. It's a 1978 Jacksonville. It's got four signatures, Johnny, Tommy, Dee Dee, and Marky. Okay? This is $875. Now, the last time I had a Rocket to Russia signed by all four, I think we sold that earlier this year for $3,000. The full lineup, fully signed on the front, I said earlier, 2-3 times as much as this one. $875. It's signed on the back of the album jacket. Comes with full letter, $875. Talking Heads already sold. We sold those earlier for $475 and $500. $875. Okay? First thing is Saturday Night Fever. Started at $35, then $40, and then $35, then $45. The Stones is at $63. Sean Miller, You're Out. And now Saturday Night Fever is at $50. Danny Thomason gets the Rolling Stones for Susie Breedlove gets the Rolling Stones for $35. Okay. There's that. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. Let's go ahead and put up, find another crate over here. How about we go ahead and go through, let's see here. All right, let's go ahead and go through I can't believe Chad's doing this half-off crate. Are y'all ready? Let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and go through I can't believe Chad's doing this half-off crate. Let's do it. Here it comes. This is one of those, I can't believe Chad is doing this. Is this real life or is this just fantasy? Called in a something something, no escape from something something. All right? Here we go. Rolling Stones is at 65. Chad's touching his toes. Oh. Oh. Okay, I feel a lot better now. Whew. The Rolling Stones is at $65. Todd Saw, you've been outbid. Saturday Night Fever is a final call to Mark Weiss for $50. These are half off. Get that fly off the cover. Shoot. This is $7.50. This is Doug on Yonkers. Bug on Yonkers, Damaged Bug. $7.50. The Rolling Stones is at $75. That record I just showed, which was a synthwave, is $7.50. This is the Archaics, a garage album on clear vinyl, $7.50. Jeremy Bryant wants Bug. Victor was next. Saturday Night Fever has a new bid. Calendar, It's a Monster. A funk disco album, now $10. Arc is sold to Victor Guerra. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. We're going to keep this one simple. I have the final 45 box set to sell. Oh boy. It is First 6 Discord records. And somewhere Jim B just had an absolute something. Something just happened to him. He got shot, shocked, slobbers coming out of his mouth. He said, no way. 2022 U.S. reissue box set. 7 7-inch singles. These are punk singles, so there's like a minimum of 6 songs on every 7-inch. Super clean, near mint, a $95 start. Please remain calm. We cannot have chaos break out in this chat. Some of these records tonight may cause people to freak out. It happens quite often here. It's my job to keep everybody under control, okay? Under control. Saturday Night Fever is at $51. Everything's gone except Calendar. It's a monster. Bikini Kill, Reject All American, $10. This is I can't believe Chad's doing this. He's lost his mind. Somebody go put him in a straitjacket. Half off, no more, no less. Low Tom, Alternate Rock, limited 500, $10. Low Tom. Okay. First thing, we have somebody wants to know, can you go back over who got those first two records? The first record I showed was Damaged Bug, Bug on Yonkers. Damaged Bug, Bunk on Wonkers, which was synthwave. This was sold, in fact, to Jeremy Bryant. Victor Guerra was second. Jay Neutra was third. Arc, as in the Archaics, was sold to Victor Guerra. Ivan R. was second. William Drugovich was third. Saturday Night Fever has a new bid for $55. The Rolling Stones has a new bid for $77. Next is Victor Guerra on Bikini Kill. Victor Guerra got Bikini Kill. What bands are in the box set? Track listing on the box set. Bikini Kill, Ivan R. was second. John Stevens was third. Victor Guerra gets Low Tom. Colleen Cook was next on Bikini Kill. Saturday Night Fever out. Jim Davis next on Bikini Kill. Also, we have Vagabonds of the Western World, Thin Lizzy. A 2015, $12.50. $12.50. Vagabonds of the Western World, Thin Lizzy. And Jonathan Richman, Jonathan Sings, 2022, Record Store Day, $10. Eric Van Leuven on Thin Lizzy. Jay Neutra was next. Mitch T was third. The Rolling Stones, Todd Saws out. This is a final call with Shane Lando, a 71 Monarch OG, only one of the best albums of all time. Sticky Fingers, The Rolling Stones. Moonlight Mile, Dead Flowers, Bitch, Brown Sugar, Wild Horses, and man, Can't You Hear Me Knocking? Ra-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-dun-dun-dun-da-da-da-da. Ow-dow-dow-dow-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-dun-dun-dun. Da-da-da-da-da-da. That was Keith Richards, if you couldn't tell. Next thing is Saturday Night Fever. And Saturday Night Fever, we have Nick Morocco out. Mark Weiss has it for $55. It's a final call. We sold Thin Lizzy to Eric Van Leuven. Jay Neutra was second. Mitch T was third. Craig Thomas on JPN. That was for Jonathan Richman. Is that right? And then Edwin Riviera next on Thin Lizzy. Jared Inc. next on Thin Lizzy. Paula next on Thin Lizzy. Joe DeGaldo next on Thin Lizzy. Danny was trying to make an offer on Thin Lizzy. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Let me personally read you the contents of this box set. This is a 2022 U.S., the first 6 records, Discord. The Slinkies, the Teen Idols, State of Alert, Minor Threat, Government Issue, Minor Threat, and Youth Brigade. It comes like this. I think at one time we had these individually. I remember somebody had split up this box set. We had all these individually one night. It's the first 6 records I think Discord put out. That's why then they put it in this box, including a couple from Minor Threat. Okay, they're all beautiful. It has the book with it, with information, and a piece of bubble wrap. I won't charge you any premium for the bubble wrap. There has been nobody bid on these yet. That's a $95 start. Craig Thomas got Jonathan Richman. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. And Jim B got Calendar. Probably because this is a $200 or $300 record he just got for $10. Crazy. This is a crazy crate so far. I honestly don't even know where I'm at right now. The Vagrants, including Leslie West from Mountain, $11.50. I will be telling you the half-off price. These are no more, no less. Even if you try to offer me more to get the record, if you say, Chad, I will pay you full price plus send you a free pizza, I'm going to say no. It is half off, no more, no less. Ivan R. gets the Vagrants. Morrissey, California Sun. Morrissey is sealed on Sky Blue record, $12, Sky Blue vinyl, $12.50. Wild Bale, Isles, I-S-I-I-S-L-E-S. Sometimes I pronounce that Isles. $5. Morrissey sold to Victor Guerra, then James Rainey, then Leslie, then Jim B. The Rolling Stones is done after a war. Folks, December 27, 2025 will go down as the Battle of Sticky Fingers. Remember this day. It will be known, there's already a Wikipedia article being drafted, the Battle of Sticky Fingers. This is sold after a long, painful battle. Shane Lando, $77. $77. Next, Saturday Night Fever. Also, some people threw some punches. I'm ringing the bell. A few people have bloody noses, and we're done. And this is sold to Mark V's for $55. Y'all are going to be feeling that one in the morning. There's some people already like, golly, man, I'm going to have to use Sunday for a rest day after some of these auctions. I'm out of breath. My ears are bleeding. My nose is broken. My fingers are gone. Next thing was Morrissey. Wild Bale sold to Jim B. We're down at the bottom. I'm pretty sure 3 people have bid $95 on this. They have. JK was the first person, $95. Everybody else is out. I'm going to lay it down so it doesn't break. You probably can see it better. First 6 records. So everybody's done. How much on the Vagrants? It is long gone. It is long gone. We still got about 50 auctions over here probably to run, including Japanese, maybe more than that. Here is Talking Heads Naked. Talking Heads Naked is an 88 Carrollton OG Club copy. It includes the Rich Runner sleeve. It has a Unipack design, a $35 start. Half off crate, no more, no less. Sleeping bag, deep sleep. Indie rock, numbered with flexi and insert or poster, $6.50 for sleeping bag. 300% Dynamite, ska, soul, rocksteady, funk and dub in Jamaica. 1999 UK OG compilation, $15. Sleeping bag is sold to Victor Guerra. John Durden was next. Orlando Julius, Super Afro Soul, a 2007 Spain Funk Afrobeat 3 LP compilation, now just $22.50. Eric Van Leuven first on 100, I think he meant 300%. So to Eric Van Leuven, Ivan R. was next. Talking Heads, $35 star. We don't get that one too often. Danny was third on Sleeping Bag. I have not heard back from Oso or anybody else. So everybody bid minimum bid on the Discord box. JK on Twitch is who's about to get it. Our next auction coming from the Japanese bin. David had commented earlier. He said, Chad, I don't know if you take me seriously sometimes, but I'm literally about to freak out on you if you don't put out this Simon & Garfunkel. I will literally drive there and start beating in the door if I have to get access to this. Simon and Garfunkel. Garfunkel, Simon. Simon, Garfunkel. Paul, Art. Art, Paul. This is a concert in Central Park. If you remember, Jerry got tickets from his cousin Jeffrey to the concert in Central Park with just Paul Simon. This is Simon and Garfunkel. It's a Japanese 2 LP, a $35 start. Carmen Schartiger third on 300%. Jim B on Orlando Julius. This is sold to JK. I lost the other 2 bidders, $95. Oso just bid 100. Oh my gosh. I literally just sold it. I thought I lost you, Oso. between that bid and your first bid was almost 7 minutes. I had to go ahead and sell it. I held it for you for 7 minutes. It just popped up on my screen. Okay? Talking Heads doesn't have a bid yet. $35. Simon & Garfunkel, $35. Half off crate, no more, no less. Tall, Tall Trees, A Wave of Golden Things. Folk rock, psych rock, alt rock, $6.50. I can't believe that just sold for $95. I could have broke those up individually. That was kind of crazy, honestly. Next thing over here is Lana Del Rey. Boy, excuse her blouse. She missed a button like Elaine. Her button fell off at the theater. That is $17.50. And then X, Under the Big Black Sun, a 2019, $10 on that. Next record, we have, these are half off, no more, no less. Mega Blast was first on Tall, Tall Trees. Sold to Mega Blast 9. Robert Warner was second. Danny Thomason was third. Let was the next comment. Let. I bet that's for Lana Del Rey. John Durden was first. He put ADR, but I think he passes. And then Mad Lomax put Let. I bet that was for Lana. If that's true, let me know, and then remind me who you are, Mad Lomax, okay? Because I think you're first to Lana Del Rey. Then Mitch T. Joe DeGaldo, you were fifth on Tall, Tall Trees. Jim B, third on Lana Del Rey. Mark V's fourth on Lana Del Rey. Chris Frazier, fifth on Lana Del Rey. Colleen Cook, fifth on Tall, Tall Trees. Mega Blast, first on X. John LaRocca, sixth on Tall, Tall Trees. Everything in here is sold out. West Coast Lag. Chad done lost his mind with these low prices. David Robertson from Facebook. No bid on Talking Heads, $35. No bid on Simon & Garfunkel, $35. I have filled up a crate. I need to swap out right quick. It's going to take me 10 seconds, and then we're right back into showing half-off stuff. Don't blink. Do not blink. Eyes open. Eyelids all the way up. Jim B said he'll go ahead and just take the rest of the crate at half off. In your dreams, buddy. In your dreams. I know you could instantly make a few $1,000s. Not for you. You got to claim them like this. Ooby Doob, $6.50. Psychic Temple plays music for airports. Half off makes this $22.50. A 2016 OG. Let's put Simon and Garfunkel in a new sleeve and Talking Heads. These are no bids for $35. Those were 2 requested records and 2 no bids. That means strike 3, no more requests for the rest of the night. Y'all have done upset the dragon. Talking Heads naked. Buy it now. I haven't seen that one in a while. I don't think John had that in his 80s collection. First thing we have is Temple sold to Shakedown. Jim B was second, and he slams his fist on the keyboard and curses. Obi Doobie sold to Joe DeGaldo. Spiky McVeigh, second on Psychic Temple. Lee Hazelwood. It's Cause and Curse, sealed for $15. And somewhere right now, Jim B is typing LH and hitting send. He is trying his best right now to get Lee Hazelwood. Eric Van Leuven gets Lee Hazelwood. Jim B was second. Nigeria 70, Lagos Jump, $11.50. And Jim B just once again slammed his fist into the keyboard. He was second on Lee Hazelwood. He just missed out on an instant $30 profit. And his kids are starting to cry, and they're questioning his abilities to buy records. Ravage. Ravage, Wrecking Ball. A 1986 USOG on Shrapnel Records, a $25 start. $25 start. Jim B gets near Nigeria 70 for $11.50. His kids are starting to have a little bit more faith in him. Let's put up another auction, this time from the Japanese crate. And you may ask yourself, how did I get here? What could Chad possibly be putting up for auction next? This is Chicago Golden Grand Prix 30. It looks like a beautiful, I mean, this is the kind of record you would want to present to like the King of England. It looks beautiful. It's gold, and it's a $35 start. It's a 2 LP. This is absolutely, insanely, fantastically, 100% a beautiful OG top copy of the Chicago compilation, a $35 start. That's our current next two auctions. Everything in this crate is half off, no more, no less. Coca Mia, All My Relations, a jazz funk for $9. This is the kind of stuff where every once in a while people start to chat among themselves and be like, do y'all think Chad's all there? I mean, these kind of prices he's doing, I mean, how can he sustain it? Like, should we reach out to somebody and maybe have him examined? Vampire Tales, issue number 3. This is from 1973, Marvel Comics. Vampire Tales. Very cool. Awesome cover. $10 start. That's now up for bid. Here we go. Next record. 13-4 Elevators, Bull of the Woods. Do what? $32.50? My knees just buckled. My knees just buckled. $32.50. Black Lips. Garage Punk, colored vinyl with bonus 7-inch, $15. My knees just buckled again. Oh, I'm starting to get a little sick. What could possibly be next? Let's go up to the top and work our way down. Jim B got Nigeria 70. Chicago got a bid for 35. 35. Next thing, we have Jetstream on Coca Mia. This is sold to Jetstream. Chris Knapp was second on Coca Mia. Mega Blast got 13-4 Elevators, and then he passed. And now Jim B gets it. And Jim B celebrates. That is sold to Jim B. Jeremy Bryant on Black Lips, sold to Jeremy Bryant. Vampire Tales has a bid for 10. Jim B was second on Black Lips. His hands have struck his keyboard. Vampires at 10. Chris Knapp was third on 13-4 Elevators. We have Black Lips. Chris Knapp was fourth. And then over here, we have Ravage. I'm going to go ahead and say this is a no bid. Final call. Let's leave it up for one more second. Ravage, Wrecking Ball, an 86 OG, and $25 start. Next is Chick, Chick, Chick. Breakbeat, $5 on Chick, Chick, Chick. New York No Wave. The Ultimate East Village 80s soundtrack. A 2005 Euro OG. And the note from Laura was great track list. $22.50. One more. Sleeping Bag, Women of Your Life, Indie Rock, Green Vinyl, $5. Let's pause right there. We have left off, the last thing was about 4 claims on Black Lips. Next thing was the following. Jeremy Bryant on No Wave, New York No Wave, sold to Glitter from the Litter Bin. Jay Neutra on Breakbeat. That was the Breakbeat was the Chick Chick Chick, so did Jay Neutra. Ivan was next on the New York record. John Stevens was next on that. Chicago is a Japanese compilation. Another New York No Wave. Sleeping Bag sold to Victor Guerra. Jim B next on New York Wave. What was that? New York No Wave. And then Colleen Cook. Ravage Wrecking Ball is a buy it now. It's a no bid. And 86 OG, a $25 buy it now on Ravage Wrecking Ball. The last bid that came in on Chicago was one bid for $35 with amenities. He had that about 3 minutes ago. So it's time to wrap this up. Final call on this. Near mint minus and pristine, Chicago Grand Prix 30. There it is. And then Vampire Tales. Vampire Tales had one bid for $10 and another bid for $10. So Paula, you're out. William Warner's bid came in first at $10. Next thing is this. Ed Riviera gets Ravage for $25. And continuing with the half off, no more, no less. Far Arquette Anthology 97.98, $9. Great Mathy Indie Rock, that's the price, $9. Weird War Illuminated by the Light, that one is now $19. A 2005 USOG Garage, $19 on that one. And then Hella Vita, This Devastating Map, Alt Rock Indie Rock, $6.50. Amenities get Chicago for $35. The both Talking Heads sold $475 and $500. I still have the signed Ramones, $875. I still got the signed Ramones, $875. All right, let's put that away. Let's put this in here. Vampire Tales is sold to William Warner for $10. I've got a few more of those to knock out. Jim B on WW for Weird War. Victor Guerra gets Hella Vita. And we need a couple more auctions. I'm going to go ahead and show two more records. The Velvet Underground Loaded, a 2014, that's $12.50. And X Los Angeles is $10. X Los Angeles is $10. Coming from the Japanese bin. We've already sold one tonight. I bet there'll be somebody new watching right now that definitely is interested in another. Grease soundtrack. This does have a little bit of edge wear up here on the top. The vinyl is near mint minus and absolutely pristine. There's both LPs. There's the insert. There's the cover and obi. Grease is a $35 start. Next thing over here is the following. We have Velvet Underground was sold to Shakedown. Joe DeGaldo, you were about fourth on Hella Vita. Chris Frazier next on Velvet. Mitch T third on Velvet. Mega Blast gets X. Victor Guerra was next. Leslie next. John Stevens next. Jared Inc. next. Danny next. Back to the Groove next. And Dedicated Men of Zion, Can't Turn Me Around. A 2020 OG Gospel Soul album, sealed, $7.50. Buckingham Nicks is the new sealed Rhino Hi-Fi cut, new and sealed, $39.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction, without further delay, is Chastain. Chastain, the 7th of Never. This is a 1987 US OG EX condition, a $20 start on Chastain. Zion is sold to Jim B. Jim B also wants Farah Quet. And then Jetstream third on Zion. Truth, King Hannibal. Light in the Attic reissue, clear vinyl, soul, $10. Grease has a bid for $36. Going once, going twice. Eternal Radio, Erie Wanda. Indie Psych record, $5 on Eternal Radio, Erie Wanda. I found last night with all these cassettes and other stuff, a vintage photo of Dwayne Allman. And I don't know if this was a record insert. I'm not for sure if this was I've never seen it if it was. I don't know where it came from, but it's a pretty cool, it's like on cardboard, photo of Dwayne Allman. $7 start. Now up for bid. Next thing over here is this. We have Victor Guerra on Eternal Radio. And then we have Joe DeGaldo next. King Hannibal still available. My Name is Albert Ayler. A 2016 reissue, a free jazz album, $10. We're going to probably end up selling everything in this crate. This has been a marathon. I'm literally out of breath. The Black Angels live at Levitation. This is sealed, now $15. Also, we have 90 Day Men to Everybody. A 2002 USOG post-rock avant-garde, $12.50. Jim B wants to pass Zion to Jetstream. Jetstream, you're going to get the Zion record if that's okay with you. If not, let me know. We had ER sold to Victor. Joe Delgado was second. Info on Chastain. Chastain was an 87 USOG EX condition, a $20 start. Eric Van Leuven put AA, and then we have a BA. Albert Ayler sold to Eric Van Leuven. The Mighty Jackalope on BA for Black Angels. That's Jeremiah Stasich, right? You get BA. Spiky McVeigh on 90 Day. 90 Day Men sold to Spiky McVeigh. Dwayne Allman has a bid for 7. Truth Genre. This is a soul album, a Light in the Attic reissue. So that's something that would originally came out in 1973. $10 on that. Grease is sold to Carbon Shartiger for $36. Carbon Shartiger on $36. $36. Carbon Shartiger. Let's put that away. Chastain, Jared Lambert, $20. Chris Knapp, next on BA. Danny, if you don't want this, it looks like James Rainey does. Dwayne Allman is sold for $7 to Joe Delgado. Sold to Joe Delgado for $7. Next is the Propositions Funky Disposition. A Funk 2LP, $12.50. Truth King Hannibal is sold to Danny Thomason. Also, we have Solos. This is a noise, folk rock, beast of both worlds, $5. Chastain, Jared Lambert, $20. $20. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is Deep Purple, made in Europe. A Japanese pressing. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. Deep Purple, made in Europe. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. The condition of this record is near mint minus and pristine. Very nice jacket as well. $35 start. Next is Solos, sold to Victor Guerra. The Propositions Funky Disposition is still available. Chastain is still getting bids. And this is $6.50. Richard Edwards Lemon Cotton Candy Sunset, $6.50 on that. Our next auction is going to be put up for bid right now. T-Bone. That was George Costanza's nickname after a lot of confusion. T-Bone Walker, classic Indigo vocals and guitar. A 1963 on Capitol Starline. EX, I don't think I've had this one before. Has the original company or sleeve. $30 start on that. Proposition sold to Jim B. Mary Clayton, Gimme Shelter. Nice. The backing vocalist from the Rolling Stones song. A white vinyl Real Gone Music reissue, $20. That's a tough OG to find a nice copy of. Also, we have the Frighteners, More to Say versions. This is now $37.50. Wow. Half off of $74.99. A 2017 OG, limited 1,000 copies with 3D glasses. Crazy. Deep Purple, 36. Chastain, 26. Deep Purple, 35. T-Bone is at 30 and 30. Jim B on Mary Clayton. Jim B on the Frighteners. Jim B's going to have a 330. Hold on, I'm calculating. Jim B has a current invoice of over $9,800 at the moment. T-Bone's at 35. Chastain's at 28. Leroy Huston, the man. A 74 USOG. This is now $19. It was $37.99. Also, King Arison, the Magic Man, half off of $19.99. VG Plus, $10. T-Bones at 40. Kip Hannaran, Desire Develops an Edge. EX, now $14. And we're not done. There's still some records in here. We still got to tag some stuff. We still got claims. We still got auctions. We still got more discount crates. We still got this, and I still got that, and I still got some of those. And over here, let's not forget about these. So don't go anywhere. It's Saturday night. I don't think anybody has anything to do. There's 285 people watching right now. There should be nothing on your agenda, no plans, nothing, right? You have nothing to do for the rest of the night. If so, then what else could you possibly be doing? Nothing. You have nothing else to do. Lonnie Liston Smith, Loveland, VG Plus, $10. Lonnie Liston Smith. First thing is this. Deep Purple 36, Chastain 26, Deep Purple 35, T-Bone 30, T-Bone 30. Jim B had already got Mary Clayton, and he got the Frighteners. T-Bone 35, Chastain 28, T-Bone 35, T-Bone 40. Jim B also got LH, Leroy Hudson. Ray Red was second. I'll take the Frighteners if Jim B passes. I highly doubt that. He's already got it on Discogs for $190. Chastain 29, T-Bone 45. Magic the Gathering tournament. Tell them you're canceling it. We need more New Wave. Over here, we have the Starlight Desperation, Go Kill Mice, 2000 USOG, $5. How much, Chad? $5. Surely you're joking. I am not joking. $5. 5 doll hairs. Starlight Desperation sold to Victor Guerra. So here are the only records left. Here are the only records left in here. There's only 4, and then I'm going to blow the air horn. Right now, T-Bone Walker's at 50. T-Bone Walker's at 50. Somebody's out. Brent has it. George Scherer's out. Deep Purple's at 38 with Paul Vihar. Everybody else is out. Chastain's at 29 with Jared Lambert. Somebody else is out. Edwin Riviera. Those are all high bids. Any Failer vinyl ever come through? Yes. We also have this for $6.50. Richard Edwards Lemon Cotton Candy Sunset. First record left behind. Indie rock. Looks like it has a poster. Colored vinyl. $6.50. King Arison, The Magic Man. King Arison is a 1976 US $10. $10. $10. $10. Kip Hannaran, Desire Develops an Edge, a 1983 US Afro-Cuban jazz fusion record, EX, $40. Lonnie Liston Smith, LLS, Loveland, 78 US, VG Plus, $10. Deep Purple has a new bid for 40. Joe DeGato on RE for Richard Edwards. Chastain has a new bid for $32. Edwin Riviera, $32. Everybody else is out. Deep Purple has a new bid with amenities at 40. Paul Vihar, you're out. He says he's done. And T-Bone Walker is at 55, and Brent says he's done. Can we convince 3 people to buy these last 3 records so we can blow the air horn? This was these were only shown once back on December 6th, and I've never took offers on them. So these were only shown once back on December 6th, and I've never took offers on them. That's why that was so crazy. It's been about 3 weeks since they've been shown, and I never did entertain offers on them. So that's why that whole crate got absolutely obliterated. And then let's do about 5 more in a row like that. I mean, it's only 10 o'clock. Over in Japan, it's basically morning time. So let's just keep rolling. We might, just pretend you're in Japan, okay? Eric Van Leuven on King Arison. That sold. T-Bone Walker sold to George Scherer for $55. I mean, we got 3,000 to 4,000 more auctions to run. Deep Purple is sold to amenities for $40, and they're still bidding on Chastain. There's only 2 records left. I know y'all want to hear an air horn. I know y'all want me to chug some mini M&Ms live on camera. Lonnie Liston Smith and Kip Hannaran. $14 and $10. $14 and $10. What's $24 for an air horn? $24 won't buy you a pizza and a Coke anymore. Most of y'all probably have $24 in between your couch cushions. It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Dracula Lives. Curtis Marvel Comics, January of 1974. Pretty sweet. $10 start. Susie said she'll take the last 2 records literally just to hear the air horn. Sold. Let's go and read through all the, not counting Japanese. Here's what we still have for auction. The Beatles, the Rolling Stones, Foo Fighters, Hellstar, Led Zeppelin, Blue Cheer, Gaskin, Black Sabbath, Deontay, Recognize No Authority, Whitesnake, Abattoir, Vicious Attack, Yesterday and Today, Odin and the Way, Wild Dogs, Freddie Mercury, Tyson Dog, I Don't Know, another one I don't know, EXE, Rapper's Delight, Subjects, Thelonious Monk, Witchfinder, and Howlin' Wolf. That is some of the auctions we still have available for tonight. Here we go. Without further ado, give me 1 second. Chastain is sold to Ed Riviere for $35. We owe Susie Q an air horn. Let me go ahead and get at least get the next crate over here. Let's do, I did promise a lot like that tonight because we did like 4 or 5 of those like that last night. So let me see what this is going on. Okay, this would be the next one in that realm to do like that. So let's do it, okay? If y'all are ready, I'm ready. If y'all are ready, I'm ready. I mean, promises made, promises kept. And then we need to go through the vintage flip crate stuff for sure. That way we can get to more like vintage titles. ESP's already sold. Okay? Dracula Lives, final call for a $10 start. We have the following. We have a request for Howlin' Wolf, and we have a request for, let me find that, Foo Fighters. Okay? Foo Fighters, medium rare. Foo Fighters is an unofficial. The official pressing of this was for 2011 Record Store Day, and they usually sell for $100 plus. Medium rare, Foo Fighters, $35 start. Big City Blues, Howling Wolf, a 1970 US VG condition, $15 start. Nice. Do I have any blue juice whatsoever left? Virtually no. There's a little bit left. There is a Gorilla Mind up front, and I need that to reset my brain after what just happened from that last crate. Whew, holy moly. All right, if anybody wants Dracula Lives, $10 buy it now on that. $10 buy it now on Dracula Lives. Let me go check my fridge. I got to get some proteins, which is like sugar. Mexican food. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Get in my tummy. Cooks Pest Control. Fudge. Hey, there's Monster Rehabs in here. Great. There's monsters in here. Well, hot dickety doll. Slap me and call me silly. We're really gonna have a party now. Kick out the jams, blankety blankers. Kick out the jams, blankety blankers. Whew, man, what a night. Wait till we get into $6.99 stuff. Holy moly, wait till we get into the $6.99 stuff. Holy moly. Wait till we get into the $6.99 stuff. Holy moly. Whew. Oh my gosh. Where's everybody watching from tonight? I'm very curious where we could have people watching from tonight. Oh man. Oh gosh. Pittsburgh. The future. Wow. Does Pink Floyd ever go on tour in the future? Does Led Zeppelin ever have one last reunion concert? Pink Floyd does not have a reunion in the future. Dang. I was hoping like Gilmore and Waters make up and he stops caring about politics and keeps making great music, keeps playing great music. I don't know if he's made any great music lately, but he can definitely keep playing great music. Okay. Whew. Wow. What a night. Holy moly. Yeah, can you imagine like it's some kind of crazy, like they get together, Rogers, Gilmore, and Mason, and then some miracle they put out like a crazy, amazing album. And it's just like one of the best things ever recorded. Led Zeppelin does the same thing. Dracula sold to John LaRocca for $10. All right. I'm reset. That took a lot out of me, the last crate. Mental fatigue. That was like going through an intense chess match or something. That was like when I'm locked in, focused, trying to like, make an 8-footer for birdie to win the Masters. Okay. So first thing is this. We have Foo Fighters medium rare. This is an unofficial. It is a bootleg on red vinyl. And the last bid was Mortgage Guy Rob at $35. Mortgage Guy Rob, $35. Howlin' Wolf is at $30 with Leslie Holt. But somebody had already bid more. No, George Scher bid $27. Thanks for sharing your locations. That's always cool to see. Look at all this, all over the country, and even people out of the country. Everything from West Virginia over to the West Coast, the East Coast, people in Dominican Republic, the UK, Alaska. Last month, we shipped to all 50 states and 9 different countries. Rapper's Delight has not been sold. We sold Dracula, and then Foo Fighters is sealed. It isn't unofficial. Okay, here we go. And here we go. Pink Floyd reunion concert, probably at be Vance inauguration, January 29th. That sounds like a clash of, that'd be very bizarre. However, Todd Saw might have a time machine. Okay, half off crate, no more, no less. Angst Chrome Molly, whoa, 88 US metal, $7.50. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. Angst Chrome Molly, $7.50. Aurora, A Little Love, an 82 US Disco Funk, $7.50. David Bedford, Star's End, a 74 Avant-Garde Experimental, $7. This is a half off crate, no more, no less. No more, no less. No more, no less, okay? No more, no less. We have the Bee's Knees, nice, $5. That's old soft rock. You got metal and then you got soft rock. Edwin Riviera on Molly. That is sold to Edwin Riviera. Howlin' Wolf, the last bid that came in on this was Leslie at 33. Foo Fighters is at 36. We also have Barbara Bale, All I Have. Barbara Bale is now $25, half off of $49.99. And right now, GMB is typing BB and hitting send on his keyboard. Let's see how long it takes for it to pop up. Barbara Bale. We have Mama's Pride. That's $10, half off of $19.99. And Dave Grusin and Lee Rittenauer, that is now $5. GMB gets Barbara Bale. Alan Hagen was next on Angst. And we have Dumb Numbers. This is a 2013 numbered pink purple vinyl, $10. And all this Japanese Beatles you keep reading, is there a Yellow Submarine? There is not. But I do have a Beatles collection of great Beatles oldies, which is a great comp. This is a collection of great Beatles oldies. This is near mint minus and pristine, a $35 start. This has the original inner sleeve, this has the insert, and this has the cover and obi. Here's kind of an outlook. It is still pretty early right now. It is still pretty early at this moment in the show, but kind of give you an outlook. We're going to be doing some more half off, including vintage, and maybe one more crate like this. I've got the vintage flip crates to recap, which is like the leftovers, and then we try to sell those as a bundle. And then up front, I've got $6.99 records. So basically anything in the front part of the store, I basically say $6.99, and I bring them back here. We did like 3 or 4 crates of those last night. There's no leftovers because we sold everything left over as a bundle. By the way, Foo Fighters is still getting bids. Howlin' Wolf is still getting bids, and the Beatles just got a bid. Alan, we've already sold Angst. We have the other ones. The other ones is an 87 US New Wave Synth Pop, $7.50. And Electric Jesus, music from and inspired by the motion picture. Electric Jesus is a 2021 clear with splatter, and it has a signed insert, $15. And Swamp Dog, sorry you couldn't make it. Swamp Dog is now $27.50. This is a 2020 numbered silver and black with 7-inch, $27.50, half off of $54.99. Michael Freiberger gets the other ones. Victor Guerra gets Electric Jesus, and Foo Fighters is at 38. Electric Jesus is already sold. Leslie's out on Howlin' Wolf. This is sold to George Sheriff for 36, and the Beatles has one bid for $35. And that's going once, going twice. Tom Verlaine, you may know him from television. This is an OG 79 press for just $15. Nice. And Twin Shadow, a 2020 New Wave Electro, $10 on that. Swamp Dog was a 2020 press. It's numbered, 312-413 from VIP. It's on silver and black vinyl, and it has a bonus 7-inch. We have Michael Freiberger on Tom Verlaine. That is sold. Foo Fighters is up to Jim B. Mortgage Guy Rob has it for $39. And the New York Dolls. 2-record set includes New York Dolls and Too Much Too Soon, which is essentially 2 albums in one. Now $17.50. $17.50. Jim B's going out on Foo Fighters just so he can focus on the half-off crate. So Mortgage Guy Rob, you get that for $39. Our next auction, coming from the advertised allotment over here, is going to be Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. In the misty morning. Black Sabbath, Heaven and Hell. An 80 US OG Club RCA VG, $20 on that. Michael Freiberger put buy, but he got auto-corrected. He was trying to get New York Dolls. Victor Guerra was second. Joe Castillo third on that one. And then Mark Weiss, you get this Beatles. This is sold to you for $35. Let me tell you how it will be. Dun, dun. There's one for you, 19 for me. I'm the tax man. Yeah. Black Sabbath is a $20 starting bid. Chris Knapp gets Swamp Dog. I'm assuming Jim B was passing. X-Wing was next. And then we have White Light, White Heat, the Velvet Underground. This is sealed, $12.50 on the Velvet Underground. My Morning Jacket, Evil Urges. A 2021 cream with black blob, and that's remastered for $12.50. Velvet Underground sold to Chris Frazier. My Morning Jacket sold to Shakedown. Michael Freiberger next on Velvet Underground. Next auction is going to go up right now. This is a Japanese pressing of Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. The Killing of Georgie. Near Mint Minus and Pristine with Obi. I don't know if I've had this one before. $35 star, Rod Stewart, A Night on the Town. There's one LP. There's the insert. There's the cover and Obi. Also, we have Toro E. Moy, Freaking Out. 2011 green vinyl EP, $7.50. And God Mama? Here, is that what that says? At 81 US, that's P-Funk, white label promo, $12.50. Yeah, God Moma or Good Moma. Here, that's a white label promo, $12.50. So Velvet Underground sold in My Morning Jacket. Several people next. Sabbath got a bid for $20. Victor Guerra on Tory. This one right here, and Mark Weiss was next. Black Sabbath does have a bid for $20, going to once, going to twice. Our next auction is going to be the Beatles, this time from the advertised allotment. This is Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, a 1971 Jacksonville press. It does have the Sergeant Stripes insert, is what I call it. EX condition, a $30 start. Spiky McVeigh on God Moma. That is sold to Spiky McVeigh. Great half-off crate here, no more, no less. And I bet a lot of people's like, holy crap, what's about to be all half-off right here? This is Debris, D-A-B-R-Y, or Debrir. It is $37.50. 2018, numbered and colored, all but one are sealed. Abstract, glitch, left field. There's a genre of music called glitch. $37.50. $37.50. Black Sabbath is at $21. Sgt. Pepper's is at $30. Black Sabbath, $22. Rod Stewart is a $35 start. No bid yet. Phew, I finally popped my knee. That was what I've been trying to do for like an hour. Zoo Bowling, Texas Bluesman, an 89 US VG Plus, $7.50, and The Teaver, To Find Me Gone, a 2006 USOG EX, $9. Jim B gets the box set. Black Sabbath is at $22. Black Sabbath's at $23. The Beatles, Sgt. Pepper's, Joe Salomo has it for $30. Jay Tillman, Year in the Kingdom. This is VG Plus, $10. Velvet, info on Velvet Underground. That has already been claimed. Black Sabbath has a new bid for $24. And then we have Zoo Bowling, sold to Colleen Cook. James Chilcott was second. And then Sergeant Pepper's is at $35. Let's go ahead and make Rod Stewart, a Night on the Town, Japanese pressing with Obi, a $35 doll hair. Buy it now. Just $35. Just $35. All right. Black Sabbath, $25. Sergeant Pepper's has a new bid for $42. That took a big jump. Okay, 35 and then 42. I see the 35 now. Half off crate, no more, no less. George Duke, I Love the Blues, The Heard My Cry. What? 1980 U.S. reissue, VG Plus, $6. She Heard My Cry, George Duke. I Love the Blues, She Heard My Cry, $6. Steve Mason gets Rod Stewart for $30. Sergeant Pepper's is sold to Joe Salamo for $42. Rick Maggers tried. Don't worry, I only have about 12 copies a week of Sergeant Pepper's come through here, and that doesn't include the ones that I stash away and hide underneath my bed. George Duke is sold to Mega Blast 9, and the last bid on Black Sabbath was Jay Neutra at $25. That sold. Folks, that means we're ready for all brand new spanking auctions. Susie was third on George Duke. James Chilcott was second. Our next Japanese auction is going to go up right now. If you're ready, I would hope so. If you're not ready, please fasten your seatbelt. Keep all limbs inside the moving vehicle. Here comes Journey, Raised on Radio. Near mint minus in pristine Japanese vinyl. It's in shrink with Obi. No inserts of any kind. Girl can't help it. $35 on Journey, Raised on Radio. What would you do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Abator. ABA like ABBA, and then Tor. Like, oh man, I just tore my kneecap. Abator. Vicious Attack. An 85 USOG combat green label with original under sleeve. VG Plus. A $25 start. Abator, $25 start. James Talley, Blackjack Choir. James Talley, EX, $6.50. Also, Sonny Rollins, Love at First Sight. Sonny Rollins is a 1980 US VG Plus, $6 for Sonny Rollins. And Skin Alley, £2 deal. £2 and 6 pence. A 73 Prague VG, $7.50. First thing we have is Journey, $40, Journey, $35, Abator, $25, Abator, $25, James Rainey on Skin Alley. SA, sold to James Rainey, 07. I have filled up a crate. Let me swap these out right quick. This thing is plumb full. There it is. Do you believe in magic? In a young girl's heart, the freedom to move, it starts like magic. And the room, dee-dee-dee-ba-ba. Okay, we have Sonny Rollins, so to Joe DeGaldo. Oh, we forgot the air horn for Susie. We did. She's not going to let me forget about that. Everybody adjust your volume. This was for selling out the last crate. Susie bought the last two records. We owe her an air horn. Thank you, Suze. It's not Suze, okay? Susie. I will not be called Suze. Next single. Try to see it my way. Only time will tell if I am right or I am wrong. She was a day tripper. One-way ticket, yeah. It took me so... This is a nice copy. That's a super clean picture sleeve. The Beatles, OG, We Can Work It Out in Day Tripper. $15 start on that. Moving on, Translucent World. Holy moly! Half off of $99.99. A 73 US private press sock, Space Rock, very good. Translucent World, and somewhere Jim B's going TW, sin, TW, sin, TW, sin, TW, sin, TW, sin. Translucent World. Whoa! Richard Twice. Holy VG Plus, $30, a 1970 US, and Paul says masterpiece. Masterpiece. Translucent World sold to Jim B. This will be available on Discogs later for $199.99. Right now, it's sold to Jim B for $50. The Beatles is at $15, $15, $15, $15, $15, $15, $18. Richard Twice also sold to Jim B. He is like, thank God, I'm going to be able to pay my bills next month. And then over here, we have Journey. Amenities has it for $45. Abattoir is at $28 with Jason Jones. And the Beatles is at $18 with Chris Gardner. Abattoir is at $30. Abattoir, Dick and Georgia McCormick. EX, $16.50. A 1974 Private Press Folk Country. EX, $16.50. EX, $16.50. Holy moly. Abattoir's at $30. Richard Twice was only $30 already sold. Chris Knapp was third. And then Richard Davis has Abattoir at $35. Beatles is at $19. We Can Work It Out. One of my favorite McCartney songs. Holy moly. Peter and the Wolf, live in session. This is, golly, now just $35. Sold one time ever on eBay for over $100. A Private Press rock album, not on Discogs. Sounds like something Jim B could possibly sell for $200-300. This is now just $35. $35. And Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA, shrink wrap and hop sticker, VG Plus, $7.50. Good gosh, I'm gonna have to walk away from this crate. At this point, I'm practically giving away free money. Holy moly. Y'all are basically being paid. Let me walk up here and walk around the parking lot for a few seconds. There's Rush. There's Donna Summer, Chris Christopherson, Clockwork Orange, G.I. Joes, Han Solo, Rare Kiss posters, Coca-Cola signs, robots, Case Pocket Knives, Godfather Laserdisc, Ugly Kid Joe, Sean Connery autograph. Whew, golly, I'm starting to get nervous almost. Oh my gosh, starting to pace the floors. Let me take a drink of Monster right quick. Wow. I mean, what is going on all of a sudden? Whew. Oh man. Okay, right over here, the Journey was at $45. Abattoir was at $35 with Richard Davis. The Beatles was at $19. Spikey McVeigh on Peter Wolf. Rarity. $35 a steal. A steal. A steal. Andy Rutherford on Bruce Springsteen. Luce Kulick was second. And then over here, we have Naked Eyes. EX, $9. EX, $9. Ow, Foul, Fuh. EX, $6.50. Soul Peace. VG Plus, $15. At one time, it was at a Goodwill for 99 cents. Now it's only $15, and that's half off. George Benson, Willow Weep for Me. VG, $5. Curtis Mayfield, VG, $6. Sound Experience, Boogie Woogie, VG Plus, $7.50. Golly. Abattoir has a new bid for $36. Richard Davis is out. Nobody else bid on the Beatles. Robert's about to get it for $19. And when I get down to the bottom, if nobody else has bid on Journey, it's Amenities for $45. Okay? We pulled that. We sold that. We sold these. We sold those. We did this. We did that. And now Michael Freiberger on GN and GB. He wanted George Benson, right? All right, let's read through this crate again and see if we can knock some more of these out. Holy moly, I bet we can sell about everything in here. I just need y'all to say, I'll take everything in here. We get that done, then everything's good to go, right? Aurora, A Little Love, a 1982 U.S. Disco Soul, VG, or excuse me, no condition notes, probably about a VG cover, $7.50. David Bedford, Stars In, $7.50. The Beatles is sold to Robert Warner for $19. Thank you. Amenities gets Journey for $45. Thank you. And Abattoir has a new bid for $40. Richard Davis, thank you. We're not done yet on that. We still got a couple metal records laying over here in the bins that have not been put up. And everybody's like, I know that, Chad. Any day now. Any day now. Don't forget to let me show you my scratch and dent records, okay? They're not literally scratched, but they have dented and split covers. I got a I never did send them back. I'm terrible. Y'all probably see me all the time. Well, here's a bunch of scene split records I got to send back. And then I missed my window of opportunity because I have too much to do. And then I have to just sell them at cost. And then the whole world goes into a black hole. And then nothing happens ever again. This is BDs for $5. We also have Mama's Pride. That's $10 for Mama's Pride. Dave Grusin, Lee Rittenauer, $5. Dumb Numbers is $10. A 2013 numbered pink purple vinyl, $10 on Dumb Numbers. Twin Shadow, 2012 New Levy Electro. How much? $10. Whoa. We have Vetiver, To Find Me Gone, a 2006 USOG EX, $9. We have J. Tillman, Year in the Kingdom, VG Plus, $10. 2009 US, aka Father John Misty. Final Call and Abator. Jason Jones, I think it's all up to you. Our next auction is going to go up right now. That's the Rolling Stones, their Satanic Majesty's Request. A U.S. reissue, Exact Your Unknown, mid-80s. VG Plus condition, $20 start on the Rolling Stones. Next is Vetiver, So Does Smikey McVeigh. James Talley, Blackjack Choir, $6.50. Dick and Georgia McCormack. A 1974 Private Press Folk Country EX 1650. Naked Eyes EX $9. Alpha EX 650. Soul Piece VG Plus $15. Curtis Mayfield VG $6. And Sound Experience of Promo Soul Funk album VG Plus $750. Jason has submitted a bid for $41 on Abator. Richard Davis, you've been outbid. Holy moly. Wow. Whoa. Next auction. Great White, Once Bitten, Twice Shy. The original 7-inch single, nice with the picture sleeve, $7 start. Stones is a $25 start. Let's try to do these for a bundle. Okay, that way we can say they did sell. We need to do a bundle. Abator has a new bid. George is getting upset. A Phoenix Rising from Arizona. Next is Vampire Tales. Vampire Tales, 1974, April 74, $10 start. 4 auctions. Album, 45 magazine. We have an offer on the bundle for $85. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 records left. We have an offer for $85. Sold to John Barry for $85. Great White has a bid for $7. Rolling Stones has bids for $20, and now $25. And Abator has a new bid for $46. Richard Davis, you're out. Everything in here is gone. Abator, Richard Davis is out. Final call to Jason Jones for $46. John Barry got everything left in that crate. They're all gone. All right, it's time for another crate. We're first going to start with, let's start with these right here. Running wild, running wild, high. Air horn, not quite. That's if they all sell individually. John Barry's exempt from air horns. He would have 4 or 5 a night. and I would have a headache from my ears, which have not been causing me problems. Let's not agitate them any more than we have to. 1 second. Okay. So Abator is sold to Jason Jones for $46. Fantastic. Fantastic. We have Rolling Stones sold to Paula for $25. The Great White Single is at 13 with Sarah Weiberdink, and now 15. And Paula gets Vampire for $10. Next is the Beatles. On VJ, Please Please Me, and From Me to You. VJ 581. VJ 581, Please Please Me, and From Me to You. Lennon McCartney. It actually says John Lennon, Paul McCartney, and then over here it says McCartney Lennon. $10 start on that VJ single in the VJ sleeve. Okay, so let me start right here. Let's see, 6. What was this? 9. Probably 9. That was 14, I bet. All right, then these were 6. Yep. All right, and then I bet these were 9. Yeah. And then that was 14. That was 14. And that was actually 19. I need a new sticky note. I didn't mean to rip that one off. All right, this is going to be fun. Let's see. That one was 14. These were 9. And then these should all be 6. All right, let's keep us busy for a while. These are already discounted, vintage flip crate. No more, no less than whatever price I'm saying. Whatever's unclaimed, we're going to try to bundle these. I've got this one. Then I think I've got one more. And then I've got the ones from last week that still need to be probably shown again. All right. So here we go. First thing I have is the following. The Beatles is a bid for 10. Great White's at 15. And we still got other auctions like Hellstar. Hellstar is called Remnants of War. On Combat, it's an 86 USOG with insert. The cover has 2 punch holes, has a punch hole there and a punch hole there. It does have the insert, and Hellstar is a $25 start. So Bob Dylan is $19.99. That's the discount price. It's on the 70s label, but it does have the Milton Glasser poster, which in my opinion is worth the $19.99 alone. There is some discoloration on the back side. The front looks okay, but there is a tear down here at the bottom. That includes the Bob Dylan poster. So that is, how was this folded? Uh-oh. This is $19.99. That's the only $19.99 record in here. Hellstar has a bid for 30. And can you put, yeah, they're going to put these magazines in new sleeves. Yeah. They'll put these magazines in new sleeves as long as we don't run out. I think we should have plenty, though. Hellstar already has bids for 25 and 30. Great White is sold to Alan Hagen for 15. The Beatles has one bid for 10, and that's a final call. And then for $14.99, this is the Cars, $14.99. Nice copy. The Cars, $14.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, VG Plus, $14.99. And then Neil Young after the Gold Rush. No condition notes, not a bad copy at all, $14.99. So there was only 3 $14.99ers, the Cars, Michael Jackson, and Neil Young. The next batch is all $9.99. The next batch is all $9.99. But not before we put up Led Zeppelin. Led Zeppelin's a 1977 U.S. specialty reissue. RCA Music Club edition, super clean. Led Zeppelin 4 is a $35 start. Hellstar's at $35. For $9.99, we have Gas Mask, their first album. That's $9.99. Blondie, Eat to the Beat, that's also $9.99. Paula Gets the Cars for $14.99. That's so to Paula. Make sure that goes in for $14.99. Also $9.99 is the Elvis Moody Blue vinyl, $9.99, and Roxy Music, the High Road, not $9.99 on that, which would be half off. Robert Warner gets the Beatles for $10. Hellstars at $35. Curran, you're out. There is Led Zeppelin. Let's put up another Japanese pressing, but first, here's Paul McCartney and Wings, Venus and Mars. VG Plus $9.99, and then Bob Dylan, it was Shrink and Hop, no condition notes, $9.99 on Bob Dylan. Gas Mask is sold to Alan Hagen for $9.99. And if you're not a private group, this was the stuff that didn't get claimed from one of the 9 a.m. videos. That doesn't mean they're not bad, they're bad records. That just means I'm surprised that they didn't get sold, because they're great titles and they've been marked down, and you can buy them now for that same price. Whatever's left, I'm going to bundle. So they're going to sell one way or another. Here is a Miles Davis Japanese pressing. It's called Miles Davis Pack 20. It does have the Obi. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus. It's Miles Davis Pack 20. And it comes in a super thick gatefold jacket. There's the original inner sleeve, and Miles Davis is a $35 start. Led Zeppelin does have one bid, and Hellstar's up to $40. Rick Maggers gets Venus and Mars. Rick Maggers on Venus and Mars. And then Regina gets Elvis Presley. Okay, those are $9.99, $9.99. And then the rest of the crate is all $6.99. So we had 9, a couple 14s, and one $19.99 left. Todd Saw is currently checking his collection to see if he has Dylan. Do you have it with the poster, though? Sorry, that was my monster break. $6.99. $6.99 for the rest of the records in here. Ian Hunter, short back and sides, clean vinyl. Ian Hunter, $6.99, does have a clip corner. Icicle Works, that's $6.99, no condition notes. And Focus, Moving Waves, also $6.99. What's the condition of Hellstar? Hellstar was a 1986 USOG, no condition notes on the vinyl, Near Mint Minus. Near Mint Minus. We also have Luca Bloom, Riverside. Luca Bloom is $6.99. That was originally $19.99. A lot of these that get into the $6.99 department are, you're getting down to more than probably half off original sticker. Kim Carnes Romance Dance, that's also $6.99. And Hall & Oates Big Bam Boom. Hall & Oates $6.99. Jackson Browne Holdout, EX and Shrink, also $6.99. Led Zeppelin sold to Joe DeGaldo for $35. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. Miles Davis does not have a bid yet. $35 start on that. Hellstars at $45. John Stevens on Luca Bloom for $6.99. Also for $6.99, we have MFSB, Love is the Message. That is $6.99 on that one. And we have Godly and Cream, $6.99. Christopher Dean, you just missed the Led Zeppelin. I just sold it. Rick Maggers on Jackson Browne. That's $6.99 to Rick Maggers. And we have Mungo Santa Maria, Stone Soul, Shrink, $6.99. Bob Dylan is sold to Todd Saw. Make sure that goes in for $19.99. That's a good one. The first label has the Columbia 2i. That with a poster and Shrink and Hype, I mean, that's like a pretty dang pricey record now, just FYI. Let's put up another Japanese pressing. Duran Duran Arena. Duran Duran Arena. This is a Japanese pressing. The vinyl is Near Mint Minus and Pristine. This is beautiful, actually. There's the LP. There is the book and the insert. And this is going to go up for a $35 start. Also for $6.99, we have Robert Palmer Clues. That's $6.99. Same price for Rick Springfield Tao, T-A-O. Hall & Oates H2O, no condition notes on that. That's the full album. And then Ian Hunter, You're Never Alone with a Schizophreniac, $6.99. I guess not. You'll probably be seeing stuff you didn't know that nobody else can see. Dirk Hamilton, Thug of Love. Dirk Hamilton is VG, $6.99. The Animals, Greatest Hits Live. There is some cover damage down here at the bottom, but just $6.99 on that. And we have Paul Simon in shrink one hype, but the vinyl's VG. There goes the Ryman Simon. We have a putback on the Cars, so if anybody wants that, it's still available, $14.99, okay? Let's put that back here with the other 14. Moving in stereo, we have Lewis Kulick on H2O, right? Hall & Oates, that's sold to Lewis for $6.99. Nobody been on Miles Davis. He is a $35 buy now. Miles Davis Pack 20. That is a $35 buy now. And right now we're going through some $6.99. I'm actually going to add to this crate. I think there's one more over here I need to add to this, and then we'll do one final recap and then offer it as a bundle. That way we can put as much in here as possible. And then I'm going to start pulling more $6.99 stuff from up front, and we probably would do one vintage, probably nonsense half-off crate. We might do another like Paul and Laura type crate too. I want to make sure y'all are here and paying attention. Hellstar is sold to Curran Evans for $50. And Duran Duran hadn't been up too long. That's a $35 start, going once, going twice. Alan Hagen got Rick Springfield for $6.99. Grumpy was second on Hall & Oates. Miles Davis is sold to Michael Freiberger for $35. Oso was second, making an offer. And then I still got quite a bit of advertised auctions over here. We still got, let's see what this Gaskin is. It looks very metal. Gaskin, End of the World. That is a G, right? 1981 UK. It's a heavy metal prog metal. The back cover does have some damage. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, it looks like it's very glossy cover. I bet something got stuck to it. That's been known to happen. Gatefold jacket, $25 start on that. And then Lewis Kulick wants the other Hall & Oates as well. Okay. That was Big Bam Boom. So he gets that one. Brock Hanna on RP. And if that was for Robert Palmer, that's so to you. Sean Miller third on Miles Davis. And then Grumpy wants the other Hall & Oates too. Wow. So Lewis was first to both, pretty much, the way that fell. And then we have 10 years after Cricklewood Green. That's VG 699. Don't worry, if you're after Hall & Oates, we have between 15 and 20 every night. There's got to be more around here somewhere. Three Dog Night Naturally. VG, $6.99 on that. Faith, Hope, and Charity, that's from 1970. EX condition, just $6.99 on that. Eddie Kendricks, I've Got My Eyes on You. VG Plus, $6.99. That was $24.99. Bob Welch, French Kiss. Sentimental Lady, VG, $6.99. Brian Call on 10 Years After, that's sold to him for $6.99. Jay Giles Band, Love Stinks, just $6.99 on that. Green River, okay, I was about to say, I might have put that in the wrong spot. But it was only originally $9.99, which was already a great price because it's VG and has spine damage. But now it's just $6.99. And then Poco Legend. Poco is $6.99. Poco is $6.99. Spellbound, Boomerang, Crazy Love. There's some great songs on there, $6.99. All right, Duran Duran did not get a bid. This is a buy now for $35. That's called Arena, Around the World, 1984. Let's put that in a new sleeve. Flag on the Play. I wanted the other Hall & Oates when I asked for the other one. Okay, let me review how those comments fell, and we'll see who gets what, okay? Let me see how the comments fall, and I'll see who gets what. I mean, because technically, well, yeah, it could be... Whoever's first, if there's more than the same artist, he technically can have dibs on both. But let me see how that happened. So, Lewis Kulick put Hall & Oates. Now, when you put Hall & Oates, that gives you dibs on both of them. And then he put HAO, Hall & Oates. The next comment was Lewis Kulick put Hall & Oates again. So he actually put it twice. He put it up here, and then he put it right here. And then you put it. And then he says, I'll take the other one. So he actually put two Hall & Oates down, and then you claimed it, and then he said he'll take the other one, and then you said you'll take the other one. But he actually got both in first. Wow. So, yeah, I missed his first one. He put Hall & Oates, then he put Hall & Oates again, then you put Hall & Oates, and then he wanted the other one. So he did get both Hall & Oates. Don't worry, like I said, that's probably the most, we can probably come up right now with at least 100 copies of Big Bam Boom if you gave me about 2 months to go through everything in this building. I bet I have 100 of them. Gaskin 25, Gaskin 26. Todd Saw got Poco, Rick Maggers was next, okay? And then Jim B on EK for Eddie Kendricks, $6.99 on that one. So he was first. He got 2 separate Hall & Oates comments in before you're first. 2 separate ones. But even if he didn't, he would have dibs on both. All right, let's add more. Let's add more to this crate. Hup! Do you believe in magic in a young girl's heart? Freedom, every start, it's like magic. All right, let's first add some other stuff here. Jim B also wants Hall & Oates. You're too late. All right, these are $9.99. Bob Seger Live Bullet, 2 LP, VG, $9.99 for Live Bullet. VG, $9.99. Paul McCartney, Venus and Mars, no condition notes. We sold one earlier. There's another one, $9.99 for Venus and Mars. This is a Mexico press of John Lennon Shade Fish. Mind Games, Imagine, Happy Xmas War is Over. $9.99 on that. Gaskins at $31. And then the rest of these are going to be $6.99. So let me put them right down in here, and the rest of these are about to be $6.99. There was only a couple new $9.99ers. Let's put up another new auction first, though. The next new auction, I still got 2 from the high-end crate. Here's one of them. This is called Baroness. Wow, I didn't know this was Baroness. It has a signed insert. Wow. Baroness is limited to 500 copies on Ember vinyl, black with gold, red, orange splatter, exclusive to their website. It included an autographed inner sleeve, also exclusive to the website. This exact pressing has never sold on Discogs. They're currently for sale ranging from $80 to $300, so we're going to beat those prices and say a $65 start on Baroness Stone. Baroness Stone, web store exclusive autographed, the cheapest copy available, $65 on that. Steve Mason on Venus and Mars. You gave me the answer. Oh, my favorite. Listen to what the man said. Anytime, any day. All compositions by Paul McCartney. $9.99. Sold to Steve Mason. Gaskins at $35. Baroness, $65 start. All right, here's more new $6.99 records. Joni Mitchell, The Hissing of Summer Lawns, VG Plus, $6.99. Doug Kershaw, Alive and Pickin', EX, $6.99. And Birdie Green, The Golden Thrush Strikes, VG, $6.99 on that. Craig, you asked that twice earlier, and I think I answered you both in my head and never did out loud. No 45s to my knowledge. I've got a few stray ones over here we need to knock out. I got a few stray ones over here, but I think I missed you twice on that. I know I did. I remember you asking. I was like, man, why am I not answering him? I'm asking myself that right now. It's weird how that works, but no, not that I'm aware of. I've got a few, like I said, stray ones over here I'm trying to knock out, and no bite nails. We went through 2 boxes last night. I've got that. That's for mine. That needs to be looked up. I think those are reissues, so I don't want to sell them yet. I don't know what that is. We need to check that. That's for my collection. Trust me, y'all won't be interested in these. They're just weird Tennessee records like the University of Tennessee band. Prince. Okay, there's a Prince. There's a Paul McCartney. Tav Falco. All right, let's try this. Here's Paul McCartney, Things We Said Today, white vinyl. $7 start on Paul McCartney. That is actually something on the vinyl there. There we go. White vinyl, Paul McCartney, Biker Like an Icon, $7 on that. And then Prince, Purple Rain, When Doves Cry, $7 start on Prince. Okay, we're in $6.99. Birdie Green sold to Jared Inc. And then Paul McCartney has a bid for $7. Baroness is a $65 start. Boz Scaggs, Down to Then Left, EX, $6.99. Todd Rundgren is $6.99. Elton John, Rock of the Westies, VG, $6.99. The Romantics, self-titled with What I Like About You. Get Together, the Youngbloods, $6.99. And Manaheim Steamroller, Fresh Air, $6.99. So quick update, Gaskin's at $41. That's a bid that just came in. Baroness has a bid for $65. Paul McCartney has a bid for $7. Another bid for $7. Pam, you tied Robert. And then Prince has a bid for $7. I probably got a few stray 45s to clean up. But then after that, yeah, I don't have many more. About time we sold all the indie stuff. We literally sold it off individually and then in auction lots. If there's more back there, they hadn't brought it to me. If there's more back there, it has not been brought to me yet. Classic 80s rock gets the Romantics, and Craig Rutherford gets Fresh Air. All right, those are all sold. And Gaskin's still getting bids. Baroness is still getting bids. Prince has a new bid, and Paul McCartney's still tied. Not going to spend much more time on these. This makes like the 5th time these records here have probably been shown. They were showed the first time, then probably best offer. They might have even been shown half off. Now they're even cheaper in the flip crates possibly. Some maybe the same price, some definitely a lot cheaper. This is your last chance. I'm going to quickly read through them. First, we'll do the $6.99 stuff. I don't have any CDs. No, we hadn't bought any. I think they're all, I mean, I might have like 5 handfuls from the racks up front. There was a couple racks up front. I guess those technically have never been shown lately. They've been up here for a long time. I could read, it's probably like 5 handfuls. Probably 5 handfuls. Yep. And that's about it. There's 20,000 in the back, but they're not worthy of going through right now. I think later tonight, I usually, on Friday and Saturday nights, I try to do like a cleanup. I try to go through truly miscellaneous. I got stuff over here in the bins. I've got stray autographs. I've got stray 45s. There are a few more cassettes that's kind of laying around here everywhere that hadn't sold. And then I clean it up and I take it all up front to put it out in the store if no one wants them tonight. So that'll probably be what we get into. All right. So what are we doing? I was going to read through these one more time. $14.99, Michael Jackson, The Cars, Neil Young. $9.99, Blondie, Roxy Music, Bob Dylan, Bob Seger, John Lennon. $6.99, Ian Hunter, Icicle Works, Focus, Kim Carnes, MFSB, Godly and Cream, Mongo Santa Maria, Ian Hunter, Dirk Hamilton, The Animals, Paul Simon, Three Dog Night, Faith, Hope, and Charity, Bob Welch, Jay Giles, CCR, Joni Mitchell, Doug Kershaw, Boz Scaggs, Todd Rundgren, Elton John, and the Youngbloods. Come on, people now. Smile on your brother, everybody get together. Gaskin, $42 of Brian Frenfrock. Let me see if Mike Straw's ever bid again. Craig Weatherford got Fresh Air. Prince got a bid for $8. Joe DeGaldo got the Romantics. Did I pull that already? Yeah, Joe DeGaldo got the Classic 80s Rock did. Joe DeGaldo second. Gaskin got a new bid for $45. Prince got a bid for $9. Baroness is at $70. Prince is at $10. Prince is out. Gaskin out. Any signed albums? Yes. Will I get to them? Highly unlikely. Paul McCartney $8. Blondie and Bob Seger sold $9.99, $9.99. That was the Classic 80s Rock. Let's pull those. $9.99, $9.99. Blondie's already sold. Steve Mason gets Jay Giles for $6.99. That was right here. That sold to Steve Mason for $6.99. Roxy and Kim Carnes sold to Paula. Roxy was $9.99. Sold to Paula. And Kim Carnes sold to Paula, which was $6.99. Roxy was $9.99. Okay. Here we go. Baroness is at $75. That means Gaskin can be sold to Mike Straws for $45. Let's put that away. Baroness is still getting bids at $75. Paul McCartney is sold to Pam Murray for $8. Baroness is at $77. And Prince is sold to Susie Breedlove for $10. Let's move this over. Bundle deal. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. So I usually take another half off those. So 20 at $375. Okay, and then I make the $10 records 5, 5, 10, and let's add 10, and then the $15 records 10. So 10, 20, 30. So 75 plus 10 plus 30 is $115. Great titles there, $115 bundle deal. So I basically made these $375, those 5, and those 10. $115 available for a bundle. Come on, John Barry. Do, do, do. Come on, John Barry. Do, do, do. Great titles. All right, let's put up another auction. So CDs, yeah, I mean, like, and plus the stuff in the back, it's from that one guy's collection. The booklets are backwards. They have old retail stickers across the jewel cases. I just don't like them. I think I'm just going to have, I'm probably going to try to sell them to my cousin. If he does good at the flea market with that last batch of CDs and he wants to buy some more, I mean, I really don't know if I want to take the time to go through them here live on Facebook. I had that conversation the other night. The amount of labor it would take to peel off stickers, flip over the booklets, and some of these need checking after we sell them for $6.99, and the volume that's back there and the amount of man hours it's going to take, we're probably never going to get around to selling those. We might purge them, and I might pick out some no-brainers and try to get them sorted, but until we buy another collection, we're almost out of CDs if I don't show those in the back. I don't think y'all are going to be too happy with them, you know, because we don't already check them. I just assume most of them's nice and playable, but these I think are going to have to literally be opened, the booklets turned around, open, the booklets turned around, and we're going to have to check them and sort them. And we're talking, with that time, they could literally be marking records and getting auctions ready. So I kind of have to make a decision. What's better for Paul, Laura, and John's time? Tanner, Ed, anybody? Should they be pricing and cleaning albums or sorting, you know, $5 CDs, $7 CDs? So we have to make a decision on those. I'm probably just going to try to sell them all to somebody. Then I've got the jazz radio station collection. Once again, it's like 10,000 CDs, but it's all jazz. And I've probably got 10 serious buyers for jazz CDs. So do I need to go through those and spend literally countless hours, or do we just try to find somebody who wants to buy them all? Probably just somebody who wants to buy them all. So, but it's also not a lot of people are capable logistically or financially or just willingly wanting to buy 10,000 CDs. That's a lot, but we did it. I sold about 5,000, my cousin, probably a week or two ago. He's reselling them. I'm probably going to have to find somebody that wants to resell them, wants to scan them, look them all up. They have a free time to put them on Discogs. You can make money. You can listen to them. Something we could do, but we just have too much other stuff to get to, like vinyl and all this other stuff around here. T-shirts, posters, autographs, comic books, magazines, posters, books. Add it to my to-do list. Eric Clapton was here, a $35 start. So every day when the pricers are here, they make a decision. What is the best thing to use our time for? And of course, first the list is vinyl, and then probably autographs and posters. Cassettes, they're almost all gone too. We did a bunch tonight, and we sold them all. That was the last bunch. I'm sure there's more, but whew, yeah, golly, a lot to do. We could be live around the clock. Y'all know that. I know that. We all know that. ABBA, $35 start. Clapton, $35 start. We have this Baroness album at $80. Are we done? Baroness album, $80. Victor Guerra has not bid again. Final call. John Barry got this lot for $95. Thank you, John Barry. And we got another crate over here like this to go through. And then we have other crates like this to go through. And then we have more crates like this to go through. And then hope everybody's buckled up. Baroness is still getting bids. We have enough stuff to sell in here for decades at this pace. What's it been now? 5 years? I think 5 years ago, I was like, I got 10 years worth of selling. That's if I don't buy anything. Well, since then, we've closed off the rest of our store. We've bought 3 times as much stuff. And I'm live essentially 8 hours a night, and we don't make a dent in it. So Yeah, I'm going to be here a while. We had $100 off on the bundle. Oh, was that an offer? Oh, my bad. I thought he was talking about CDs. My bad. So, oh, Rick Maggers had offered 100. Oh, Rick, I completely missed you there. I was too busy talking about how many CDs I can't sell. I've already said so to John Barry. He was first. I guess to be fair, John Barry, I've already said so to him. We might have to get an extra 5 out of him on the next bundle to make it even though Rick don't get anything out of the deal. John, you owe me 5, okay? John Barry, you owe me 5. Victor Gary, you're out on Baroness. It's at $90. There's our next 2 Japanese pressings. And, yeah, does anybody just want to come buy like 10,000 CDs from us? Boy, I'd love to clear those shelves off back there. Golly, there's no telling what's in front of them. There's no telling what's behind them that we could unearth. We just need somebody with a big truck and a lot of time and cash. It's all like blues and rock, too. It's all like blues and rock. All right. How about y'all fight over these next ones? These have already sorted, and whatever's left, we'll offer them as a bundle deal, okay? Yeah, I'm moving all this stuff tonight, too. Golly, I can't wait. I think I'm not going to have a Sunday sale just to get back here and destroy this back room. It's going to be I'm going to have the time of my life. Yeah, these CDs back here, I'm looking at them right now. A lot of blues, I mean a lot, but I also see like the Police Live. You see, I'm worried about the condition. This guy bought a lot of these in McKay's in the scratch and dent piles. And when I started bringing handfuls up here, I realized what they were. He was buying stuff like in the quarter bins at McKay's, which means they're scratched and damaged. And we just don't want that, okay? I'd rather just try to get rid of them and then wait till we buy another good collection. Here we go. Victor Gare, it's up to you on Baroness. Hiram has it for $90. Here we go. I've got for $14.99, Frank Zappa's Joe's Garage, $14.99. Overnight Sensation, Zappa, $14.99. And Neil Young Live Russ, $14.99. Those 3 are $14.99. 14, 14, 14. Neil Young, Mothers of Invention, and Frank Zappa. $9.99, Bob Dylan, Planet Waves. $9.99, The History of Otis Redding. $9.99 for Roxy Music, Flesh and Blood. $9.99 for Crosby, Stills, and Nash, Deja Vu. $9.99 for Bob Seger, Night Moves. $9.99 for Bob Dylan's Greatest Hits. And $9.99 for Neil Young, American Stars and Bars. First thing is Shane Laydoke gets Frank Zappa for $14.99. He was first on that. And then Mark Weiss was second, Asking Condition. And then for $6.99, we got Rosalind Collins Band, Peter Frampton, I'm In You, Doug and the Slugs, Cock Robin, Steppenwolf, Rest in Peace, Doctor and the Medics, King, Bittersweet, Elton John, Victim of Love, The Kinks Volume 2, Todd Rundgren, the Hermit of Mink Hollow. Well, I lost Victor Gare on Baroness. I almost lost him the last time. I'm assuming he's done bidding. Hiram, you get this for $90. And Victor, if you're out there, I've lost you a couple times on this. I got to go ahead and sell it to Hiram for $90. Andy Rutherford on Bob Seger, Night Moves. That's sold to him for $9.99. No bids on these 2 Japanese pressings. These are buy it nows for $35 and $35. $35 and $35 if anybody wants these. Could go through sports cards tonight. I really need to replenish our sports cards. I got 3 completely empty cases that used to be full of sports cards. Between the liquidation I've got running on eBay and just the deals I cut the other night on some, I mean, we're about ready to go through all my reserves of unpriced stuff. And I've got a lot of unpriced cards. I mean, thousands, tens of thousands. Paula on Rosalind Collins, that sold for $6.99. Fairlane Dave was second. Also $6.99 is Elton John Friends, John McLaughlin, The Best of Michael Martin Murphy, and then Lips Inc. Brock J. Hanna on DR. and DR was for Doctor and the Medics. These are $6.99. And then I have our next auction is Hall & Oates H2O, and then I got a Japanese Led Zeppelin 4. So I've got Led Zeppelin 4. This is near mint minus and pristine. Beautiful. There's the insert. There's the other insert. There's the cover. No obi, but a nice Japanese pressing. And then Hall & Oates H2O. Hall & Oates H2O is near mint minus and pristine. Once again, super, super duper nice. There's the insert and there's the cover and obi. Also $6.99 is Ice House. No condition notes on that. Donna Summer is $6.99. Diva soundtrack, Charlie Daniels Band Midnight Wind. And then we had Love and Money, All You Need. Holly Johnson Blast Off. Culture Club, Color by Numbers. Shrink and Hype, VG Vinyl. Cher, self-titled, Chicago 17, Songs, The Kids from Fame, sealed, and Bob Welch 3 Hearts, sealed, $6.99. $6.99. Danny, I hope you're watching the night we auctioned the Rocket comics. I hope you're watching. I'm going to make sure you're tuned in that night. You've probably asked for those more than anyone else combined, everyone else combined. They're right over here. They're going to have to all go up for auction because it's original comic book artwork. It's going to be sometime next week. I'm going to make sure you're watching. If you're not, then I won't have the sale. I will literally cancel the sale if I find out you're not watching. I will just end the show and they won't go up for auction if I find out you're not on. We have Ice House, and this is sold to Paula. Lewis Kulick got Culture Club for $6.99. Colleen Cook got Fame, which was sealed for $6.99. Lewis Kulick gets Chicago, which was $6.99. Paula gets Cher for $6.99. And Brock J. Hanna was next on Culture Club. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and this is Scene. The pace is glacial. Alternative indie rock. Some of these have sold for as much as $175. This is VG++ EX. A $50 start. Led Zeppelin has a bid for $35, Hall & Oates $35. And here's what's left for $6.99. Sealed Bob Welch, Love and Money, All You Need, Holly Johnston, Blast Off, Charlie Daniels, Diva, Donna Summer, Lip Sync, The Best of Michael Martin Murphey, John McLaughlin, Elton John, Todd Rundgren, The Kinks Volume 2, Elton John, King, Steppenwolf, Cock Robin, Doug and the Slugs, Peter Frampton. For $9.99, we had Neil Young, Bob Dylan, Crosstills Nash Young, Roxy Music, Otis Redding, Bob Dylan. And then $14.99 was Neil Young and the Mothers of Invention, overnight sensation, Frank Zappa. Before we bundle those, I'm going to make sure everybody's heard those and you have major selections. If you haven't, then you're about to see them be sold to a bundler, whoever claims the bundle first or has dibs on it. Here we go. Saturday night, December 27th, the Battle of Collecco is live. What year's the Led Zeppelin? No year given because it's missing the obi. A lot of these you can't determine the year if it doesn't have the obi. I've learned that with these Led Zeppelin records. Condition and price of the last Zappa. Mothers of Invention, no condition notes. It's OG on the discreet label. Nice vinyl, $14.99. Seam is one of the last high-end tab records, kind of an unusual one theirs. And let's put up a Vampire Tales. This is going to go up for a $10 start. Vampire Tales is Curtis, subsidiary of Marvel. The cover is a little detached. It's still, or a little ripped, I should say, on the seam. 1975, $10 start on that.